Testing, 1, 2. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera diucapkan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Terima kasih kerana sudi menghadiri sesi Libat Urus pada hari ini. Sementara kita menantikan ketibaan tetamu terhormat kita, di hadapan ada QR Code. Saya ingin memohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang ada di dalam dewan ini, sambil kita menantikan tetamu, kita imbas dahulu QR Code ini dan berbesar hati kami sekiranya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dapat menyertai primary data collection dan anda boleh mengisinya sekarang ataupun waktu tengah hari selepas sahaja sesi pembentangan pada waktu pagi ini. Jadi kita memerlukan participation daripada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Terima kasih saya ucapkan. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Thank you so much for being with us here at Shangri-La Tanjung for a engagement session with the Sekretariat of Sabah, Maju, Jaya. At the front, there is a QR code, and while we await for the arrival of our guest of honor, and also to all participants, maybe perhaps to kill time, you'll be able to participate in a primary data collection. If you don't mind, please scan the QR code in front, and perhaps you'll be able to respond to the questions and also to the statements in this survey. And if you'd like to fill it up right now, you may. And perhaps if you would like to gain more inspiration to answer the questions, we may do so also during lunchtime as well. But for now, if you'd like to just scan through the questions and perhaps find inspiration to respond, you're more than welcome. Thank you so much, and I'll be right back with the announcement of our guest of honor. Selamat pagi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, terima kasih kami di sesi Libat Urus Penerokaan Ekonomi Biru dan sebentar lagi kita akan menantikan ketibaan tetamu terhormat. Pengumuman ini saya tujukan kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang berada di luar Dewan, mohon untuk masuk ke dalam kerana majlis akan bermula sebentar saja lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning for those of you who have just arrived at our engagement session today. Thank you so much for being here. Shortly, we'll be anticipating the arrival of our guest of honor, and I hope that my voice is loud enough, especially for our participants outside of this hall. Please enter, and we would like to request everyone to fill up the front spaces as much as possible, and we will begin momentarily. And while we await, there is a QR code at the front, and this is to collect data and also your thoughts and aspirations, and we hope that you will participate in this forum today. Thank you so much. I'll be with you momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement, especially for our participants seated at the back. I know it's very comfortable there, but we're going to invite everybody to participate during our session today. If you don't mind, there are plenty of spaces at the front, and we would like for you to fill up those spaces. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sukacita diumumkan ketibaan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah, Maju Jaya. Mohon berdiri tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, bersama kita menghormati lagu kebangsaan tanah air dan lagu kebesaran negeri Sabah. dipersilakan duduk. Please be seated. Seterusnya bersama kita menghayati lagu tema Hala Tuju Sabah Maju Jaya dan lagu Integriti Perkhidmatan Awam Sabah.
Airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Sabah maju jaya dalam Malaysia, dikenali di seluruh dunia. Sabah maju jaya, gabungan rakyat, peneraju hidup aman bahagia. Generasi Z, mari bangkitlah, kita bersatu menjadi teguh. Negeri Sabah, bumi yang tercinta, tanah tumpah darahku. Ayo kita jadikan negeri kita terus terbilang maju jaya dalam Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Kita sayang Sabah, negeriku tercinta, bersatu sehati ke hadapan.
Integriti di dalam jiwa, jujur dan ikhlas dalam bekerja, niat di hati paling utama, demi Sabah maju jaya. Perangi rasuah musuh utama, maruah tergadai bangsa dihina. Mari kita banteras bersama, bangkit membina bangsa bijaksana. Kejujuran, ketulusan, keikhlasan, budaya integriti jadi pegangan bersama. Amanah dan saksama jadi amalan. Nilai etika membentuk kepimpinan. Lestari integriti, jadikan satu paksi, taat setia demi pertiwi, teguhkan jiwa kuku jati diri. Sabah maju jaya, bersatu sehati ke hadapan. Let's ember the culture of integrity. Sabah land below the wind. Sabah maju jaya.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, bagi memberkati majlis kita pada hari ini, bersama kita tadahkan tangan dan mengaminkan bacaan doa yang akan dilafaz pimpin oleh Yang Berusaha Encik Muhammad Fikri Mahmuda. Majlis dengan penuh takzim mempersilakan.
Fatihah. Amin amin bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma lakal hamdu kulluh, lakal syukru kulluh, lakal mulku kulluh, wa lakal khalqu kulluh, biyadikal khair wa ilayka yurja'ul amru kulluh. Allahumma ja'alna sabirin wa ja'alna syakirin wa ja'alna fi a'yunina sighara wa fi a'yunin nasi kibara. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Segala puji bagi Allah, Tuhan sekalian alam. Selawat dan salam ke atas junjungan besar baginda sallallahu alaihi wasallam serta ahli keluarga dan para sahabat. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, sesungguhnya kami berhimpun pada pagi ini bagi merafa'kan rasa kesyukuran kepadamu atas kurniaan-Mu yang tidak ternilai. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah dan berikanlah sesi Libat Urus Penerokaan Ekonomi Biru bersama Pemain Industri dan Pihak Berkepentingan ini sebagai suatu majlis dan sesi Libat Urus yang lancar, dipermudah, diberkati dan diredai oleh-Mu. Ya Allah, kami mohon kehadrat-Mu, semoga majlis ini menjadi wadah untuk kami bersatu padu, bekerjasama dalam kalangan kami, tidak kira latar belakang yang pelbagai, serta jadikan sesi Libat Urus ini menjadi modus operandi dalam mencambah pemikiran, dalam meneroka khazanah-Mu yang maha luas, melonjakkan lagi ekonomi negeri, membangunkan ummah dan memartabatkan negeri kami, negeri Sabah tercinta untuk hari ini, esok dan untuk generasi yang seterusnya. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma wa tafarraqna min ba'dihi tafarraqan ma'suma. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi baraka wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Terima kasih Cik Fikri atas bacaan doa sebentar tadi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Dari gunung hingga ke lautan, berkobar jantung 1000 impian. Ekonomi biru jadi tumpuan, Sabah maju dengan kesungguhan. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Jabatan Ketua Menteri. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Jamili Nais, Setiasa Tetap Kementerian Kerajaan Tempatan dan Perumahan Sabah. Yang berusaha Profesor Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Rosni Othman, Ketua Pengarah Institut Maritim Malaysia. Tuan Ramli Karyah, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Tan Sri, Datuk-datuk serta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Selamat datang ke sesi Libat Urus Penerokaan Ekonomi Biru di Sabah bersama Pemain Industri dan Pihak Berkepentingan. Saya Ben Uzair. Kita tepuk tangan sama-sama bagi semangat. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a session in English and also in Bahasa Kebangsaan. My name is Ben Uzair and I'm pleased to be your Master of Ceremonies today, including the moderator for our upcoming forum on stage. It's my honor to welcome each and every one of you to this plenary session, Industry's Role and Contributions in Advancing the Blue Economy in Sabah. Now, remember this phrase, blue is the new black. And together we gather to explore the immense potential of the blue economy, a concept that envisions sustainable use of ocean resources, enhanced livelihoods, and ocean ecosystem health. And the blue economy represents a transformative approach integrating sustainable practices in various sectors, including fisheries, tourism, renewable energy, and marine biotechnology. Today, ladies and gentlemen, your ideas matter. Your aspirations matter, your words matter. And later on, we will have an aspirations collection session and later after lunch, a workshop to brainstorm ideas for the Secretariat to collect and included to be presented to the Sabah State Government. I also like to acknowledge our wonderful repertoires at the back of the hall, complete with their laptops and ready to listen to your ideas for collection later on. Now, before we begin, let us now watch a video as a preview for today's
Penerokaan ekonomi biru merupakan satu lagi usaha baru kerajaan untuk mempelbagaikan sumber ekonomi.
To see you there at the Sabah International Blue Economy Conference from the 2nd through the 4th of September 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the stage, it's my privilege to introduce a key figure who has been instrumental in driving the vision of Ssmj, and his leadership and commitment have been pivotal to shape policies and initiatives to promote economic development and, most importantly, sustainability. To deliver his presentation titled Blue Economy for Sabah, please join me in welcoming Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datu Rosmadi, Datu Sulai, the Chief Coordinating Officer of the Ssmj Sekretariat. Dipersilakan Yang Berhormat, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datu Rosmadi, Datu Sulai. Saya pernah satu event kan tuan-tuan puan-puan, saya tersasul cakap Datuk Sri. Jadi my apologies, but we are truly honoured that you're here. Kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih saudara Ben. Ini 2 kali sudah kau silap sama aku. Satu Datuk Seri Panglima, satu Yang Berhormat. Dua-dua pun saya tidak minat. Itu pantun saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Terutama sekali kepada rakan-rakan Datuk Dr. Jamili, Prof, Datuk Asnol, Datuk Alijus, Asian Foundation, of course Datuk Rem yang ada di sini. Dan sebenarnya acara kita pada pagi ini lebih kepada input yang kami mau daripada rakan-rakan sekalian. Jadi saya tidak akan mengambil masa yang panjang untuk ucapan saya ini atau a briefing, whatever you call it. It's just untuk memberi kepahaman kepada kita mengenai dengan blue economy. Sejak kami dimandatkan untuk mencari idea mengenai blue economy, naratif yang ada di lapangan masih lagi pemikiran kita coastal development. But yet our focus is 200 nautical miles di sana, 50 nautical mile in beyond. But we are still talking about jellyfish farming, we're talking about macam-macam within the coastal area. Bukan itu niat kami. Niat kami untuk menerukai laut dalam. Dan ini yang naratif yang kita belum ada. Karena naratif mengenai dengan farming within dipanggil aquaculture dan sebagainya sudah ada di sana. You talking about fishing, traditionally sejak nenek-nenek kita sudah buat fishing. Tetapi what is 50 nautical and beyond is yet to be discovered. And this is our challenge. Dan dalam kesempatan saya ada perbincangan dengan yang amat berhormat Ketua Menteri mengenai dengan blue economy. Satu yang dia tekankan, can you change the narrative from geopolitik into geoeconomic tension di lautan kita. Can you change the traditional way of thinking, of approaching ocean into a modernized thinking? Can you change the known asset to unknown? Meaning to say that, to explore. Ini yang cabaran kami di Urus Blue Economy. Dan saya teringat bila Marco Polo untuk menerukai dunia, apa dia bawa? Tidak ramai orang dia bawa. Dia hanya bawa pedagang, dia bawa army, only a little bit, dan dia do the adventure to unknown. Dia nulukit Columbus bila dia discover the new world. Sama juga. It landed in India, but it happened in America. Mananya, from the known to unknown, then balik kepada known. Ini the challenge yang kami mau jana pemikiran. So, boleh kasih tengok peta kita? Minta maaf, ini bukan orang politik punya cara bercakap. Ini is dreamer punya cakap. You look at our ocean, how big we are. How big we are. Kita diajar di sekolah untuk mengurus landmass, tanah daratan. Dan kalaupun sentuh laut, hanya setakat 3 nautical miles, seperti yang diamalkan selepas emergency di Malaysia, hanya 3 nautical miles. You cannot go beyond. Territorial water kita 12 nautical miles. Now, under EEZ, the next map, the green one, EEZ, 200 nautical miles. Bayangkan apa yang ada di sana. Bayangkan apa yang ada di sana. Bayangkan apa yang kita boleh buat di sana. And this is the challenge. Because saya bukan ahli oceanographer, saya bukan ahli ekonomi, saya ini sosiologis saja. But we dream of something that we know. That area, khazanah kita 3 kali lebih daripada daratan. Isa industrial players, Datuk Asnul di sini, ada sebelah sini ini industri sini. Think about exploring di sana. Dan mekanisme dia tidak sama di darat. But I do believe apa yang kita boleh buat di darat, boleh kita buat di laut. Misalnya, when we talk about, bolehkah kita ada grant di lautan? Yes, as per now, our law said no. Kalau kau tidak timbus lah, barangkali grant tidak keluar. But, bolehkah kita minta coordinate that I'm operating in this area? Something like that. Mananya challenging our thinking. Okay, this is the things. Luasnya, dan lepas itu yang merah itu pun boleh kita terukai. Kalau berani lah. Karena Vietnam sudah harvesting kita punya resources di sana. Billion of dollars every day. Dia sudah harvesting. Tapi kita di Malaysia, di Sabah, are we doing something out of it? Kita punya approach di Malaysia, minta maaf saya, sepanjang perkhidmatan saya beberapa puluh tahun dalam kerajaan, apabila kita initiate satu-satu idea, first thing, mana undang-undang? Kalau tidak undang-undang, jangan buat. Tetapi when Christopher Columbus, Marco Polo do the adventure, ada undang-undang dia bawa. When the Industrial Revolution meletup di Europe, ada undang-undang ke tidak? Maknanya tiada undang-undang. Amalan saja, bermula dengan amalan. And this is the challenge yang kita minta saudara-saudara bantu kami. Okay, next, what are the things? Okay, kalau dulu naratif kita aquaculture, sekarang bolehkah kita marine culture? Saya beritahu pengarah perikanan, saudara Azhar ada di sini. Dia bilang ini marine culture is a subsector of the aquaculture. But I said, bolehkah kita panggil 50 nautical, mana-mana yang memelihara ikan di sana kita panggil marine culture. Come up with our own terminology. Karena kalau aquaculture, the thinking is still there. Semua ada. Dalam Kementerian Pertanian, you name it, semua agensi ada. But can we adventure a little bit further in with our own thinking? Okay, perikanan ini tradisional sudah ini. Perikanan ini sudah lama ini kita buat ini. Ini saya orang Iranun. This is fishing ini. Pharmaceutical. Bila kita bilang pharmaceutical, the first thing sepanjang berapa bulan sejak kami dapat mandat, apa dalam yang kami dapat? Oh, collagen. Apa itu yang bedak dan sebagainya. But bolehkah kita more serious on this one? Karena di laut kita, I do believe ada anti-cancer, ada yang lebih berharga. Ada yang lebih berharga di sana. We strongly believe. Okay. Chemicals is abundant in our ocean. But are we doing something out of it? Yang ikan itu sekejap di Indonesia, sekejap di Filipina, sekejap di mana-mana, tiada pasport dia pakai. Ini time dia masuk kau tangkap. Straightforward kind of thinking. Okay, next. Seabed mining. And do you know that Sabah, apa yang ada di daratan dia, ada di lautan dia. Di Tawau kita ada emas, you just imagine the seabed di bawah itu. Kita ada copper, kita ada nickels, kita ada RAA, but did we put our effort on that? Did we do a study on that? Tiada, setakat ini. Karena kita punya thinking, kita mesti buat sesuatu di darat. Okay, oil and gas and renewable energy. Let me talk about oil and gas sudah. 1974 bila Petronas sudah buat, kita pun tidak tahu apa itu oil, apa itu gas. We just concur with the federal. Then ended up baru kita menuntut. Now we got the knowledge, we got everything. Renewable energy, ocean thermal energy combustion, we are the first state to come up with the law. Because we do believe ocean thermal energy combustion ada di Sabah, terutama pantai timur. I know a little bit awkward to the rest. I said, kamu dreaming. But it is wrong to dream. This is the thing. Okay, desalination barangkali tidak ada keperluan sekarang ini. Okay, next. Shipping. Bila kita cakap pasal shipping apa? Mesti port attached to land. Itu kita punya thinking. Mesti attached to the land. Tetapi, look at Greeks. Look at the European. Apa dia buat? Dia servis kapal di tengah laut. Oil and gas, ada floating LNG sudah. Kalau dulu tiada, mesti attach. Dan imagine kita punya land yang di bawah AAZ tadi. Layang-layang is di tengah-tengah. Okay? Ini perahu punya is almost dekat dekat garisan yang terakhir. Kita punya landmass di sana kuat. It is a coral yang boleh kita jadikan hub to service. Dan imagine lautan kita dilalui oleh hampir 65% shipping daripada China, Jepun, Korea, dan sebagainya. We are the only state berhadapan dengan 6 negara. Tidak ada di Malaysia yang berhadapan dengan 6 negara. Except Sabah. Kita ada Filipina, kita ada Indonesia, kita ada Brunei, kita berhadapan dengan Vietnam, kita berhadapan dengan China, kita berhadapan a little bit of Thailand. Then if you were to take Taiwan and Hong Kong is a sovereign nation, that is another plus. Dan yang pasti semua kapal-kapal perdagangan dia ini sama ada oil and gas atau barang-barang, dia akan berlalu di hadapan kita. Dan we know very well that di Singapore waiting period untuk loading unloading is 2 minggu. Can we take the opportunity on this one? Yang dalam shipping punya rather than we took conventional that servicing must be attached to the land. This is the challenge untuk kita. Okay, tourism. Tourism apa kita buat? 15 nautical and below, leave it to tourism. It's already matured. It's just upgrading the thinking. But it's already there. And to me, selalu Ramli kata, tourism is no. Yes, I know. But sudah matured. Tinggal mau tambah sana sini. Tinggal kasih besar area dia supaya dia lebih selesa buat dia punya penerokaan. Okay. Coastal urbanization. Why we put in? You look at Europe. Kebanyakan urban area dia di mana? Dia dekat pantai, dekat coastal. Why? Dia mau capitalize 3. 1, laluan laut, laluan darat, laluan udara. Kita bila kita buat urbanization, mau pergi darat, tanah luas. This is the things. Okay, next. R&D. Tahukah kita bahwa kabel dari US dari mana itu lalu di perairan kita? Sebelum pergi Semenanjung. Okey, siapa-siapa yang dalam IT tahu benda ini. Tetapi did we capitalize on that kedudukan itu di mana kebanyakan major cables connecting Europe, connecting US to the Malaysia lalu di lautan kita. But we just leave it like that. We just leave it like that. Because kita pikir biarlah itu di sana. Okay. Habitat and protection. That's why I said Ramli bolehkah 50 nautical? Oh, at least 30 nautical. Banyak rakan-rakan bilang, dalam perlembagaan 12 nautical saja, Pak. But I said, let rewrite a new law. Salahkah kerjaan negeri declare dia punya kawasan sampai 30 nautical atau 50 nautical? That is kuasa negeri. Karena tanah, definisi tanah negeri Sabah termasuk lautan. If we were to declare 50 that we are going to protect untuk industri ini, untuk coastal protection, salahkah itu? But instead we choose to be told. Somebody tell us that ini saja kau. Sampai bila apa kita ini? That is the challenge. Okay. Itu yang saya mau sampaikan pada hari ini untuk kita membuka kita punya perspektif karena kami lebih menekankan input dari saudara-saudara is industrial players. Like I said, kalau kita tidak challenge diri kita, kita ada harta di laut, is a God-given freely to us, but we are not doing anything about it. Dan untuk makluman, kerajaan negeri Sabah dalam tuntutan MA 63, kuasa laut sudah diberi. Jadi malu kita tuntut dikasih. Lepas itu kita tidak buat sesuatu. What if the federal government tomorrow bilang, aku ambil balik? Tukar lagi kerjaan. Gagal. And this is the things. Yeah, we got the opportunity to explore something, to come up with something. In last, seperti saya ingatkan lagi, diri saya dan juga rakan-rakan, Ketua Menteri kata, change the narrative from geopolitical tension, this party island, into a geo-economic punya tension. Maknanya, everybody got a fair chance, a fair share to our ocean, rather than we are fighting. Karena sekarang ini baru 2-3 hari yang lalu Filipina sama Vietnam sudah collaborate, China sudah masuk dengan dia punya shape dan sebagainya. But kita kena buat satu naratif bahwa tempat ini adalah tempat economic ground for everybody. We do something about it and let's share whatever in that area. So with that, karena si Ben sudah banyak soalan, semalam saya tahu dia sudah sedia banyak soalan untuk saya, jadi saya tidak akan elaborate di sini. Jadi nanti kalau boleh saya jawab dalam forum lah. Jadi dengan itu saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua dan saya minta kepada rakan-rakan untuk sama-sama membuka minda untuk kita menerokai satu lagi venue yang Ketua Menteri kata pemangkin kepada perubahan ekonomi, landscape ekonomi negeri. Dan dengan itu, wabillahi taufiq walhidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai. Thank you very much to our Chief Coordinating Officer of the Sabah Maju Jaya Sekretariat. Tuan-tuan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned by Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, your inputs matter and kami cukup kasih makan, kasih tempat duduk, kasih tempat yang kondusif. Jangan dulu pulang, please stay. Kami memerlukan input daripada anda. As we mentioned, today the objective is to collect your ideas, your aspirations, and as was presented by Dr. Rosmadi just now, I'm sure there are plenty of you who have ideas, aspirations, and probably churning right now in your minds. Hold that thought. I'll be passing the microphone to you later on, and we really, really would like to hear from you. Thank you so much. Right now, just now we heard from Datuk Rosmadi, and now I think it's very important to hear the dry facts so that we're able to understand the uncharted territory that we are going to head in. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next segment of our program today. And we're honored to have with us an esteemed expert who has made significant contributions to maritime research and policy development. And we hope that her extensive experience and dedication to advancing maritime studies will be pivotal towards shaping sustainable ocean policies for our blue economy. And it is my pleasure to introduce Yang Berbahagia Professor Madya, European engineer, technologist, engineer Dr. Shuhaida Ismail, who is the Director of Research at the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, and she will be presenting the draft of the Sabah Blue Economy Strategic Policy Framework. Dr. Shuhaida, the stage is now yours. Dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Mr. Ben. I was so impressed with the way of how you deliver and how the detonation of your emceeing task today. Okay, thank you very much. Terima kasih kepada Ssmj kerana menjemput kami sekali lagi. A bit introduction of who we are. Kami adalah Institute Maritime Malaysia. Maritime Institute Malaysia, we are an agency doing research on behalf of the Ministry of Transport. As we all know that Ministry of Transport is divided into 3 sectorials, okay, iaitu darat, udara dan maritim. We are the one doing all the policy establishment under the maritime sectorial. And as a part of this engagement, as a part of these initiatives under Sabah Blue Economy, MIMA berfungsi sebagai rakan strategik bersama Ssmj, which we have been working together closely since December last year. So half year anniversary lah kiranya. Okay, so seperti yang dimaklumkan beberapa kali oleh Mr. Ben and in fact Datuk Rosmadi sendiri, what we are going to present today will be the basis for the next discussion. Okay, especially when we want to extract all the inputs, all the aspirations from the stakeholders related to the Sabah Blue Economy framework. Okay, so based on our earlier discussion, we have been meeting like more than five times. Okay, so lagu Sabah Maju Jaya pun saya dah hafal dah. Lagu saya dari Kuala Lumpur tak ada lagu. Perlis pun tak ada lagu. Perlis ada laporan penduduk je, jadi tidak begitu signifikan untuk buat lagu negeri Sabah. Saya dah hafal dah negeri Perlis, saya dah hafal dah lagu negeri Sabah. Okay, so today I'll be sharing a little bit. We won't be delving into that deep, talking about this Sabah Blue Economy. However, I will just look into the sneak peek. Kita tengok sikit-sikit je lah, kita selak sikit-sikit aja. Okay, so basically, this is the early evolution on how we are coming to this stage now. Okay, so as mentioned by Datuk tadi, okay, we have started with the briefing to the Yang Amat Berhormat Chief Minister. Bear in mind, I need to go through this since I've been informed that many of you that this is the first time ever you have heard about these initiatives or sharing session. Yeah. So basically, what we have been doing so far is that we have been doing some presentation to the State Cabinet, and then followed by the announcement by the Chief Minister in Shenzhen, China, apparently to get more investment to come into Sabah for this Sabah Blue Economy Initiative, and then followed by the announcement of the State Budget 2024 and also the forthcoming SciBack 2024 on the 1st up to 3rd September, this coming September. And then followed by the scenario in December. I could see Datuk Ram was there, Tuan Azhar was there. They were a part of the community in terms of the providing the information throughout our sessions. And then followed by the roundtable discussion to draft the conceptual framework of this Sabah Blue Economy a day after the scenario. Then followed by the focus group discussion to draft the Sabah Blue Economy in Kinabalu Park. And finally, in March 5th, 7th, we were here again in Sabah Maju Jaya HQ, okay, to discuss about the establishment of the so-called Blue Economy Strategic Policy Framework. As you can see, we have embedded the term Strategic Policy Framework. It's a strategic works. It's not simply something yang turun dari langit ke bawah, which we need to do as a part of the rakan strategic. No, it's being done strategically. It's being done structurally. Okay, boleh kita teruskan slide seterusnya? Okay, this is basically the research methodology that we have adopted. Bear in mind, we are a research institute. It's a combination of research element and also academic element. I myself, I was actually from University Technology Malaysia, being seconded to the institute. So based on this, we leverage even our experts here. We do have our researchers and senior researchers behind. We have adopted this research methodology throughout the development of this Sabah Blue Economy Framework. Okay? We started off with the literature review, questionnaire derivation. What we are doing here today is on the questionnaire survey. I really hope to get at least 90% if possible, because tomorrow we will have another round of a roundtable discussion to get the input and to analyse and to deliberate the input that we've got from you guys. Mohon kerjasama semua. Tadi Mr. Ben sudah kongsikan the QR code. We really need to get your inputs. It will take you approximately 5 minutes. It's very easy. It's just using the 5 Likert scale of agreement. Bersetuju, tidak bersetuju atau neutral. Okay? Based on your experience, based on your expectations. Okay? And then we'll do the data analysis, blah, blah, blah. And one of the important things that we have been doing now, we are currently doing through this engagement is on the knowledge dissemination. We need to get people to know about this. It's not just within these industries, but also by the members of the public. Itu yang paling penting. Rakyat Sabah perlu tahu. Kerajaan negeri perlu tahu. Kerajaan federal juga perlu tahu berkenaan dengan inisiatif kita. And finally, we would come out with the framework development. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Okay, this is the findings that we have got from our first data collection during scenario in December last year. Okay, we have got approximately, not that much, not that handsome. We've got around 63 respondents. I hope we can get more today. Okay, so this is basically the demographic data. Majority were from ministry and government. Harapnya hari ini ramai dari industri ya. Ramai dari industri ya. And then kebanyakannya male. Nampaknya male masih mendominasi hari ini. Okay. And then kebanyakannya juga adalah dari local authority. Okay, next slide please. Okay, let's look into their awareness. First, have you heard about the blue economy concept during that time in December, majority says yes. Okay? 63% says yes. And where did you hear about the blue economy? This is the general blue economy. It's not really the Sabah blue economy. So majority says from, what is that? Sudah tua lah. Invitation, yeah, from the invitation. Sorry, it's from media social, yeah? It's from the media social. And then have you heard about particularly Sabah blue economy? 50-50. Hopefully by today, ya Datuk, tak naklah 50-50 lagi. Hopefully 90-10 lah ya. 90-10 berbuih dah Datuk Rosmadi menjual this idea, okay? Next slide please. Okay, this is about the understanding on blue economy concept. This might be the question again throughout the questionnaire survey, okay? Majority mengatakan bahawa blue economy, as its names imply, is about economy. Okay? Followed by, it's about ocean. And then it's about sustainability. This is where we inject all the SDG, United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, particularly UN SDG 14. That is life on the ocean. Is it life under sea? Life below the sea. Life below the sea. Okay. And then followed by exploration. Ini yang Datuk sebut tadi. Exploration beyond the 5 nautical miles. We haven't done that, but still you have the good understanding that this blue economy concept is a part, it consists of the exploration, the expedition of deep sea, for instance. Okay, next slide please. Soalan seterusnya adalah berkenaan what are the advantages, what are the benefits of blue economy. You could see the benefits apparently. Number one, it's about the job opportunities. Saya akan kongsikan ya, kemudian di slide seterusnya, what are the forecasted job opportunities based on Sabah blue economy adoption, ya? Followed by education and research. We should leverage on the research institutes and universities that you do have in Sabah. And then business opportunities, followed by food security, renewable energy. This is where we could see the OTEC, how it expands, yeah, and environmental protection, development planning towards providing the urban city located near to the ocean, and safety and security. Okay, next slide please. Okay, tadi Datuk Rosmadi telah berkongsikan all the activities, the blue activities, okay, the blue economy activities. This is not something coming out from the blue. This is the one that we have been extracting from the 14 blue economy industries of the World Bank in 2017. However, berdasarkan kepada ranking, kita tengok ranking dia, doktor, kenapa 12 saja ranking dia? Because they are some blue economy activities that are actually at the same rank. For instance, aquaculture and tourism. Both are observed at the third ranked in terms of the importance. In terms of its importance, in terms of its contribution to the economy. Okay, so we go through this. The first is about habitat protection and restoration, followed by fisheries, aquaculture and tourism, renewable energy. That's why, echoing what Datuk said just now, when we talk about the OTEC, it's something that is untapped by Sabah. Beyond 5 nautical miles, something that is untapped, what we call as the untapped market. Okay. And then the technology and R&D, oil and gas, port infrastructure and services, the SPSR, the shipbuilding and ship repair, the assimilation of nutrients and waste, blue carbon, okay, CCUS, seabed mining, pharmaceuticals and desalination. Okay, next slide please. Okay, next we need to see, let's see why. Is there any need? Oh, Sabah sudah kaya, tak perlu the financial assistance. Is that true? Let's see. Do you think financial assistance scheme is needed for the blue economy sector? Almost 93% said yes. Oh, depan ni ada. Tak nampak. Okay. Yes, 93% said yes. Okay. No, very, it's negligible. I would say it's negligible. Yes, even tak keluar numbernya. And maybe only 6%. And when we talk about the types of financing assistance scheme that is needed to promote blue economy in Sabah, we could see, Datuk, ada grant ya, Datuk. blue grants. Blue grants number 2, Datuk. Surprisingly, means they do have kepercayaan. They do have trust that this is workable, this is doable. Okay? Investment fund is number 1. Okay, and number 3 is the private-public partnerships. Okay, this is something that we need to get into, especially when we talk about the investments. Just to share with you what is happening in Norway. Okay? Norway, being a very developed country, they are not working alone in developing their blue economy. They are working together with other countries, for instance, Netherlands. Okay? That's why we come out with the UN SDG 17, iaitu is it corporations with partnerships. It's about the partnerships, yeah, towards the same goal of this blue economy. Okay? What else? Yeah, we also need the community development fund. Okay? Something like wakaf. Okay? Okay, let's go next. Okay, what are the challenges on blue economy concepts from the perspectives of Sabahan? Okay, so we could see that, of course, number 1 is financing. This is not something new to the world. It's not only Sabah's problem, it's the world's problem. It's financing. Bila tadi Datuk bertanyakan soalan, kita sudah ada, okay, kerajaan persekutuan sudah beri kepada kita, tapi kita tiada usaha, tiada inisiatif to explore. Why? As observed by the stakeholders, number 1 is the financing difficulties. The fund, the money, no talk. Okay? And then followed by number 2 is this safety and security. This is where we need, I'm giving input sekarang. This is where you are actually need to prioritize your risk management. When your risk is managed, your investors will come in. When they are confident that the risk that they need to take is minimal, this is where they will come in. Okay. Okay. Number 3 is, of course, akta dan policy. Yes, we need to settle this. Yeah, and also the environment protection. And unfortunately, we are not that happy. Okay, this is probably of mindset. As you can see, the last challenge is about data. Probably at this stage, it's not yet data. Okay, but I would like to echo tadi Puan Cik Ben, okay, memperkatakan tentang blue is the new black. Blue is the new black. For your information, data is the new oil. Data is the new oil. Okay? Okay, jadi kita patut leverage on the acquisition of data. We need to differentiate between the knowledge and also the information. Okay? Okay, next slide please. Okay, now let's look into the glimpse of the framework. Okay. From the perspective of the SSMJ, yes, just now Datuk was talking about it's the concept that covers both living resources and non-living resources. However, through our several engagements, we come to the conclusion that it is a very expensive concept. It's very fluid. Dia tidak berhenti. It's not a cast in stone concept. Okay? Whatever that we presented today might be changed during SIBAC. Might be changed petang sekejap lagi. Might be changed tomorrow. Okay? It also covers not only prominently on the oceanic resources, but also other water bodies, including rivers, creeks, tasik dan sebagainya, including the wetlands, contohnya eco parks. Ya? Itu contoh-contoh kawasan yang sepatutnya di-cover by the blue economy, looking at the advantage on what Sabah is having now. Tetapi bear in mind, this blue economy definition is different across different entities. I'll give you for example, European Commission declare as blue economy is explicitly only for the ocean. That is per European Commissions. But ini tanah kita, ini negara kita. It's up to us because we need to make this tally together with our heritage, our environment, our surrounding, our culture. Okay. Next slide please. Oh sorry, belum. Yang ni belum lagi. Sebelum itu. Okay. Ini yang kami perlu dapatkan daripada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan hari ini. Okay. Kenapa kita jalankan pembangunan strategic policy framework for Sabah Blue Economy? Kalau kita lihat, number 1, this is the aspiration by the CM. Yeah? We are expecting it to be aligned with the Ssmj Development Plan 1.0. This is our expectation. But we also need to get your inputs, whether we are on the right path or not, or probably we need to align with something else like the Sabah, the UN SDG, for example, okay, or the UNEP or whatever initiatives being done regionally or locally in Sabah. Yeah? And number 2, this is the platform we will provide comprehensive understanding of Sabah Blue Economy. It's about the awareness, foster engagement and collaboration. Eventually, we'll get in the investment, where this will be through the allocation of resources. Number 5, of course, we would like to establish what are the critical factors, success factors for the implementation of the Sabah Blue Economy framework. Promote accountability and transparency. Ini contoh how the transparency is being promoted. We do this kind of engagement, we tell people, we invite all the stakeholders, kita tidak buat kerja sendiri dan tidak short sendiri. Okay? And number 6 is about the account. Number 8 and number 7 is about the knowledge sharing. And finally, to enhance stakeholder participation and ownership, which we are expecting to get more inputs later in the later session. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the SWOT analysis, the strength, weakness, opportunity and analysis review that we have been doing during our Libat Urus di Kinabalu Park in March. So basically, melihat kepada strength, Datuk dah memperkatakan banyak kali about the strength. You should leverage on your strategic location. It's about your Sabah Land Ordinance, yeah, how the coverage is up to 200 nautical miles. However, there are also things that we need to consider. You are such a very unique state. You have a diversity of culture, a diversity of heritage. And in fact, your coastline, Sabah coastline is nombor berapa terpanjang di Malaysia? Tahukah anda? Coastline di Malaysia adalah sepanjang 4,600 km, lebih kurang. Sabah 2,300. Half of the Malaysian coastline is owned by Sabah, which you should leverage on that. Sudah ada kan Datuk? Sudah ada. Just leverage on that. Just mainstream your resources, okay? Weaknesses, okay? Weaknesses apparently, as we know, it's about the financial. You are lacking of financial, overlapping regulatory frameworks and bureaucratic process. This is a very typical one when we talk about adopting something that is new, okay, quote unquote, yeah, and of course the vulnerability to the environmental threats. However, we need to look at the strength that you have the local blue economy expertise. That is undeniable because we have been talking about how you've been very massive in your traditional activities in fishing. It's just that lacking when we talk about, even though you are very well established, it's very what do you call just now, Datuk? It's a matured industry. Okay, let's look into Norway. They are also a very matured industry in terms of blue economy. However, in terms of the skilled workers in blue economy, they are lacking of. We need to look into the skilled. This is where we look to explore into the capacity buildings, trainings, educations, awareness. Mungkin ada research institute lah ni, Ssmj Blue Economy Institute or Blue Economy University, something like that. Okay, opportunities, yeah, economic diversification, okay, the technologies, okay, and also the probability of getting the investments. They have been flying to China, whichever countries, to get all of these investments. Okay, threats is about the IUU, as Datuk cakap tadi berkenaan dengan Vietnam. This is something that we need to take. Nampaknya Vietnam tidak takut, Datuk, sebenarnya. Menurut kajian kami, menurut kajian MIMA, hujung tahun lepas, antara penyebab kenapa pencerobohan Vietnam masih berluasa adalah kerana mereka tidak takut kepada pihak penguasaan kita dan denda yang dikenakan sebanyak 1 juta ringgit itu sikit sangat. Yeah, they're getting billions and they are actually berjudi untuk datang. Kena tangkap, tak kena tak apa. Okay, those are the things yang it's about the thinking. Okay, next slide please. Okay, looking back at our intention just now, we want to map the Ssmj Development Plan 1.0 dengan Blue Economy Activities. Bear in mind, this is again not cast in stone. This is based on this engagement. Kita bahagikan kepada 3 main sectorials: aquaculture, tourism, industry. This is not something from us. This is from the Ssmj Development Plan 1.0. They come up with the 3 main sectors. However, the first one is agriculture. So we adopt and adapt into the Blue Economy framework and become the aquaculture. So these main sectorials and the division of the mapping is the proposal, it's just the conceptual. It might change. Now let's look into it. Aquaculture, fisheries, marine salt, harvesting, nutrients and waste assimilation, habitat protection and restoration. Tourism, apparently, is tourism and blue carbon capture. Industrial is about port shippings and coastal development. Technology and R&D, oil and gas and RE. Cuba kita lihat di sini. In fact, oil and gas and renewable energy based on the engagement are combined. Whereas in other countries, it's being separated, looking at the potential of their economic development in terms of the GDP by the oil and gas and renewable energy. Probably this is the case since RE is still infant here in Sabah. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the economic potential of Sabah Blue Economy. Again, we do have the answer sebenarnya di sebelah sini. Who are the partners? Tapi kami tak mahu tuan-tuan puan-puan terkejut. Alamak, we do have the KPIs lah. Belum start lagi sudah ada KPI. Jadi kami ini tak transparent ya. Ini kami sorokkan dulu Datuk. Kita sorokkan dulu. Ya, masa engagement kita dah senaraikan dah. DOF Sabah dekat mana, Tuan Azhar dah ketal lutut. Okay. So di sini memang dia dah tulis who are the partners and agency. But again, we need to get your input, okay, later, which and who will be contributing to the specific activities. And in fact, the economic potentials are also expansive. Okay, expansive. Okay, it's expanding, okay. Next slide, please. Okay, ini adalah data yang kita berikan kepada Chief Minister yang it's even being documented, ya. It's dipaparkan di dalam laporan akhbar minggu lepas atau 2 minggu lepas, okay, iaitu berkenaan dengan forecasted output from the blue economy in Sabah. Okay, this is again through a scientific research methodology which we come up with the numbers. It's not something that you pluck from the sky. Okay, it's based on the 3 most important or most significant contributor to the Sabah blue economy based on the current GDP. The first one is shipping. Okay, shipping, it consists of, mungkin soalan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan tanya kami Mima, kenapa shipping, barter trade and STS sahaja? Those are the top 3 prioritized contributor to the GDP. Okay, so shipping, followed by the fishing, consisting of capture, fishing, aquaculture and also seafood processing, and finally tourism, consisting of islands, okay, and also tourists. Okay, looking at this, the total estimated investment per year is at 60.32 billion ringgit Malaysia. Okay, and it's expected that job creation would be at 16,200 per year. Okay, this is quite small compared to other countries. Okay, however, let's look into the landscape, okay, the general landscape of blue economy yang di bawah itu. Blue economy, this is by OECD. The blue economy is estimated to be worth more than 1.5 trillion US dollar per year globally. This is a global, okay, providing over 320 million jobs, yeah, and supplying source of protein over 3 billion people, and is expected to to double by 2030. We have another 6 years to go to achieve this 3 trillion. Okay, this is something that we need to ponder on. Okay, what we can do, because this is a forecasted value based on your current capability, based on your current GDP. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look into the future outlook. This is not from any of the engagement that we've been doing with the stakeholders. This is purely based on the research undertaken by MIMA, okay, and also with our engagement with throughout our related projects to Blue Oceans. For your information, MIMA is also the rakan strategik kepada Kementerian Ekonomi. Kami sedang membangunkan, masalahnya kami tidak boleh kongsikan di sini ya. Kami juga sedang membangunkan Blue Economy Strategy untuk federal government. Okay, but sharing is caring. Okay, let's look into the future outlook. Okay, last week, less than a week, PMX has been talking about his aspiration to drive meaningful change for Malaysia through ESG. This is something that we are not considering yet in our previous engagement. ESG, environment, social and governance. In fact, he stated that by embracing the ESG practices, it's not merely on the complying of regulation and policy. It needs a shift of mindset, a shift of thinking, the change of thinking, especially when we talk about the environmental stewardship, responsibility, and also governance. Okay, next slide, please. Let's look into what has been practiced globally in terms of ESG. We could see that ESG is prominently being implemented in finance. This is where we call as ESG financing, followed by blah, 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 and number 5 is energy. Okay, finance, number 1. Number 5 is energy. This is again a worldwide practice of the ESG. Now let's look into Malaysia. Next slide, please. Kita nombor 5 tadi, yang the energy, the one that being at the 5th ranked, being implemented worldwide. Di Malaysia, itulah number 1. We are very much into renewable energy. We are very much into clean technology energy. However, is Sabah there? Adakah kita di situ? Adakah kita menggunakan, adakah kita leverage on this renewable energy? This is one of many elements of ESG. Saya hanya bagi contoh. Okay, next slide. This is another components, new components that we think, MIMA, okay, based on our engagement, we think is also important, is also significant to be embedded into our Sabah Blue Economy. That is a nature-based solutions, NBS. Many of you, maybe this is the first time you have heard about NBS, but it's been there since 2017, 2016. It's as easy as, namanya pun nature-based solution. Nature-based solution, okay, I don't know what is in Malay. Okay, nature-based solution, dia semudah menanam pokok. Dia semudah leverage on what are the nature resources that you have. And you can see here, when the UNDP, we were actually expecting to have the UNDP speaker in the evening, in the afternoon. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. I was really looking forward to get his input on how this NBS can be injected into Blue Economy. But this is something that we can do. I mean, MIMA, we can explore on and give some sharing on you in the next Libat Urus. Yeah. So as you can see here, the second point. Yeah. Third point is stopped. Okay. NBS supports conservation and restoration of natural habitats. Remember, that is our first Blue Economy activities, right? Conservation and restoration, and it also strengthened the capacity of blue carbon ecosystem. Tanpa mengoyakkan poket kita. NBS is the solution yang tidak mengoyakkan poket Sabah. Okay, we'll look into that nanti. Okay, next slide please. Ini dah last slide. Tuan-tuan, perempuan, tahu ke itu apa? Pernah nampak tak itu apa? Tahu tak? Anak-anak kita selalu main. Anak-anak saya lah main. Okay, this is what we call as Rubik cube. Rubik cube. Okay, Rubik cube ni, R-U-B-I-K, Rubik cube ni adalah satu 3D puzzle. It's about mind. It's how you play. You promote your mind. Okay, you activate your mind cells. Okay, so bila kita main this Rubik, okay, kita perlu pastikan warnanya. Memang tak tahu ya. Warnanya sama di setiap surface. Merah, biru, hijau, kuning dan oranye. Atau dalam ni putih lah. Okay. So every move, every turn, every twist made is actually the ideas yang kami dahagakan hari ini. Hari ini kita nak main Rubik. In metafornya lah, secara metaforanya, hari ini kami nak main Rubik dengan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. There is no right answer yet. Kita just nak tengok what are the twists, what are the turns, okay, to ensure that the alignment is there. Kami perlu mendapatkan sebanyak idea, sebanyak mungkin aspirasi untuk memastikan Rubik ini menjadi sebagaimana warna yang sepatutnya towards the Sabah Maju Jaya development. We really need to get that. Okay, saya nak mengambil sedikit kata-kata pencipta Rubik ini. Pencipta Rubik ini adalah seorang arkitek. Seorang profesor arkitek berasal dari Hungary. So he said that in solving a Rubik cube, it requires a combination of strategic moves. This is what we are doing. Strategically, we are meeting together to get inputs, to get aspirations from you, and also adaptability. Yes, we are adapting together with your culture, your heritage, your environment, the resources that you have, your current condition. Tetapi ada satu lagi yang penting, iaitu masa. Kita nak kena laju. Kita kena laju. Okay? I really hope we do get the inputs. Jangan lama-lama fikir sangat untuk mendapatkan the aspiration and inputs. I believe that what we've been sharing today have been something insightful for you to give further inputs to us. Hopefully by tomorrow, we would have something beneficial to be reported kepada Kerajaan Negeri Sabah. Okay, sebelum itu saya ucapkan selamat maju jaya dan hopefully the one that we've got is beneficial towards Sabah Maju Jaya. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Matyad, Dr. Shuhaida Ismail. Thank you so much. It's okay, you can just pass it to me. Tidak payah mau kasih. Tak apa, it's okay. Nah, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to perhaps increase our engagement today. And one of the ways to do that is to participate in this survey that is created by Dr. Shuhaida's team. Can we have the QR code on the screen? And I require your participation. And we must have this QR code on the screen. And kalau boleh tuan-tuan puan-puan isikan survey ini. Oh, mesti wajib. To echo to echo what Dr. Shuhaida mentioned, that a Rubik Cube is a set of strategic moves, I would like to offer one strategic move today. And I think to get more engagement for our response from this QR code, is it okay if I ask our participants to perhaps share this QR code to their industry colleagues? Boleh? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, in addition to your response, and sometimes it's quite funny when we scan something, it will just go straight to the site instead of it saving to the browser. If you don't mind scanning this, save it to a browser, and then please share this link to your industry colleagues. And perhaps by the end of today, we'll get more responses, and that's the objective of today. To listen to your aspirations, your ideas. We need your input today. And in addition to your response, please share this link and share it to your industry colleagues. That way we will get more input. All right? Thank you so much for your cooperation. Please, today is all about you, as I mentioned, your words, your aspirations, your ideas, and we will have the floor ready for you to share. And our rapporteurs at the back, they are hungry for your inputs and for your ideas to be recorded today. Now, let's break for coffee. And the time now is 10:15 or 10:16 rather. Can I have everybody back here by 10:46? Half an hour for you to have coffee, gather your thoughts, enough time to network and scribble things on your notebooks and also in your phone, and hopefully, and not just hopefully, I need it to be an engaging session later on. Otherwise, Dr. Rosmadi will not allow us to go home today. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, coffee is now served just right outside, and for our VVIPs, we'll be escorting you to a special room. Thank you very much. I'll see you back here at 10:46. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. The time now is 10:42 a.m. We will begin momentarily, and perhaps to our participants outside of this hall, we kindly would like to invite you to be back inside. And for those of you who are inside, please continue to enjoy your coffee, and perhaps it'll be also a good moment for you to rescan the QR code if you'd like to respond to the questions in the survey by the Institute of Maritime Malaysia. And shortly we'll begin a we'll begin a forum session, which I hope will be very, very casual, and most importantly, would love to hear your inputs right after that. Thank you so much. We'll begin shortly. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Houston, we have a problem. Dr. Shuhaida just approached me and she was like, "Alah, baru 17." So obviously there are more than 17 individuals here in our hall. Maybe perhaps our audiovisual friends would like to perhaps put back the QR code on the screen here. We need your input, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned by Doctor just now, senang saja bah mau kasih isi kita punya borang ni. So kalau boleh, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sekali lagi saya mohon kerjasama untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan imbas QR code yang ada di skrin ini. Dan setahu saya soalan-soalan yang diajukan amat senang, amat mudah untuk anda jawab. Dan kalau boleh juga, ambil gambar QR code ini. Dan mungkin kita boleh sampaikan, hantarkan QR code ini kepada rakan-rakan industri, kawan-kawan di office. Yang paling penting pada hari ini ialah input anda amat diperlukan, idea anda amat diperlukan, suara anda didengari pada hari ini. Dan kita ingin mendapatkan maklum balas yang banyak supaya Dr. Shuhaida akan memudahkan lagi dia punya presentation nanti kepada pihak Sekretariat dan seterusnya kepada pihak kerajaan. So ladies and gentlemen, again, your participation is crucial, vital, and I hope that we get more than 17 response today. And as suggested just now, please go ahead, take a photo of this QR code share it to our industry friends. If you are representing an industry, a department, an agency, please share it in your groups. And our goal here is to get as many responses as possible. I'll be talking your ear out about this. So hopefully we'll have more reminders later on. And most importantly, the goal here is to get as many response as possible. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, especially those who are outside of this hall, we would like to re-invite you to re-enter our hall, and we will begin our forum session here shortly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll just go ahead and get started. Once again, a very good morning, especially for those who have just entered and being with us here at Shangri-La, Kota Kinabalu. Thank you so much for being part of this very important engagement between Sekretariat Sabah, Maju, Jaya, and of course to our industry players. For the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be having a forum here with 3 distinguished individuals, and after our forum will be your turn to listen, to say your ideas, your aspirations, and most importantly, to have a voice in your ideas and also your aspirations. What do you have to say? What do you have to share? We would love to hear from each and every one of you. And we also like to say hello to those who are joining us via a live stream right now. Terima kasih kerana sudi bersama-sama dengan kami. Dan kita juga ingin untuk majlis pada hari ini, yang paling penting ialah penglibatan anda, your participation. And I think one of the first things that we would like everybody to do is to fill in the QR code that is required by Dr. Shu. I don't want Dr. Shu to keep coming to me with numbers and all. My goal here is to make Dr. Shu very happy so that she will have enough data. Like she said, data is the new oil, that hopefully will make it easy for her to have discussions tomorrow. I also suggested that we take a photo of this QR code and perhaps share it to your industry friends, and those of us who are outside of the hall, including those who are joining with our live stream today, will be able to participate. Thank you so much for your cooperation. I think I'm going to incessantly mention about this QR code. Sampailah Abang Jamil mampus. So, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, let us first invite the two individuals who have made their presentations just now. I'd like to call upon Yang Berbahagia, Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai, and also Dr. Shuhaida Ismail to be on stage, please. Datuk di sebelah sini, Dr. Shu di sebelah sana, and another additional person that I've been dying to catch up actually. And Viviani Sarjuni is the CEO of Scenic. And Vivi, please join me on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Vivianti Sarjuni brings over 22 years of diverse experience. She started her career in KL and now she's back in her home state. Welcome back, by the way. Her leadership has been pivotal in advancing technology, innovation, and social entrepreneurship in the region, and evidenced by Scenic's achievements, including the launch of Borneo's first digital and IoT sandbox. She's a Chevening scholar, and she recently completed her master's at the University of Strathclyde, recently elected as president for the Chevening Alumni Malaysia. And by the way, Vivi, congratulations for being the recipient of the Anugerahas Yang Amat Berhormat Ketua Menteri during the recent Labor Day celebrations. It's very, very important that you're here to participate in our forum today. All right, Datuk, Dr. Shu, ready? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if by any chance that you were inspired by Dr. Rosmadi and also Dr. Shu's presentation just now, and if you'd like to ask a question or two, please do so, and I will cue you when to do that. I expect one or two questions, but most importantly, as Dr. Rosmadi mentioned, we want to hear your input, and that's going to happen after the forum. Thank you all for being here. Dr. Rosmadi, thank you so much for all the hard work that you've been doing. Now, perhaps before we even ask the major questions here, and maybe some of us might be a little bit unclear with what the Sekretariat is doing. Maybe you would like to just explain to us apa tugas sebenarnya Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya ni kepada rakan-rakan industri kita. Selalu kita dengar Sabah Maju Jaya, but sebenarnya ada Sekretariat. Perhaps briefly you'd like to inform to everyone what is your role, and in accordance with our Blue Economy conference later on, what is the most important task at hand right now?
Soalan yang mahal ini. Okay. Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya ini adalah extension of the Chief Minister thinking of how to go about the new approach dalam memajukan negeri Sabah. Okay, we are coordinating whatever ideas, ideation, with tugas-tugasan yang neither here nor there, tetapi kita buat. Saya ambil contoh misalnya miskin tegar, puan-puan tugas. Semua orang buat, tetapi siapa coordinate? So, this is the task. Dan of course, ideation is Blue Economy, penjanaan pemikiran baru, a new approach, a new thinking, doing the non-traditional way of administering the state. Kita mesti ada idea-idea baru to progress. Like I said, selalu kepada rakan-rakan, kenapa mesti kita terikat untuk mengurus kegagalan tahun 60, tahun 70, tahun 80, tahun 90? Bolehkah kita ambil itu sebagai pengalaman, but we come up with a new template. I take for example, subsidi. Tahun 60, tetapi kita diarah sampai ketika ini mengurus subsidi. It is relevant kah thinking itu atau tidak? We should move on. And we truly believe dalam Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk negeri Sabah progress, we have to move on. We have to discover new things. We have to come up with a template. A new template that is suited kehendak pada ketika ini berdasarkan teknologi yang ada. Berdasarkan kemauan rakyat. Nah, inilah tugasan kami di Sabah Maju Jaya.
sebagai sekretariat. Dan hari ini kita akan cakap pasal blue economy, which is already there, but are we doing anything about it? Okay, saya pikir cukup lah itu kan.
Bolehlah Datuk. Thank you very much. Banyak soalan nanti saya mau tanya. Dr. Shu, thank you so much for your presentation just now. Plenty of data, plenty of new things that were revealed. And I guess for our industry players here, maybe some of them would like to know how they can collaborate better with the Maritime Institute of Malaysia in terms of, getting data. I always believe in, presenting to the public, and I'm sure that our industry players would like to get more information and ideas. Do you welcome collaboration with our industry players today?
Okay, terima kasih Mr. Ben. On behalf of my KP here, KP saya ada di sini, Prof. Dr. Rosni. Prof. Here. Semua orang tercari-cari ni, baju merah kat depan ni ha. This is my KP. Prof, ni dekat depan. Prof saya di sini. Okay, so on behalf of the KP, we are very much welcome collaboration with the industry players, especially from Sabah. In fact, tadi kami baru je di-approach by Tuan Azhar. Okay, we are not only doing research, we also do some services like consultancy services. For instance, for DOF Sabah, we will be working together in applying for IPR, if you know, intellectual property rights, copyrights. This is again, data is the new oil. Okay, you should secure that. That is that is your heart. Okay, your heart. And you must make people, you must make public know about this is your rights. This is your intellectual property rights. Okay, those are amongst the services that we provide. Okay, for instance, we also, one of the things that we focus that we can do for Sabah Maju Jaya, the Sabah Blue Economy, in terms of getting the financing assistance. Okay, we're very much active in grant application. For your information, recently, it's not by MIMA, it's under the flag of Malaysia, under the Ministry of Transport. MIMA has successfully secured 3.867 million US dollar from WWF to undertake projects on nature-based solution. Remember yang tadi yang saya perkenalkan, nature-based solution? Okay, so what we can do is that from that project, we are actually funding ports. So this is something that we're looking forward. If this Sabah Blue Economy framework is really bought in by the industry, really being made known to the public, what we can do is to apply such grants to help in co-financing our initiatives. It could be not that much, 3.867 tak banyak, but at least it become the pilot studies to further promote, to get the buy-in from the stakeholders to invest into our Sabah Blue Economy framework, insyaAllah. Itulah our small contribution, Datuk, daripada MIMA. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shu. Kita beri tepukan kepada Dr. Shu, everyone. And we have Madam Vivianti Sarjuni. Vivi, good to see you again. Welcome back to Sabah. We are very, very honored that you're here today, and most importantly, inspired by all of your contributions, your achievements, and certainly your input today is of value. So, Vivi, perhaps our industry players would like to know, what is SCENIC, the Sabah Creative Economy and Innovation Center, and how can they collaborate with our industry players here?
Sure. Thank you so much, Ben. Assalamualaikum, Datuk, Professor, dan semua tetamu kehormat. I'm very glad that I've got the opportunity to introduce what is SCENIC. Tadi pun bila saya beramah mesra tadi di luar, tiada siapa tahu siapa SCENIC. So SCENIC is a new agency di bawah Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi Sabah, diluluskan oleh Kabinet pada 2019, Ogos 2019, dan mula beroperasi di kala pandemik 2020 in April. So SCENIC ini mempunyai tiga teras teknologi, teras innovation driven entrepreneurship, dan akhir sekali teras kreatif. But in generic, what we do is we try to see like how we can promote ataupun memperbesarkan lagi ekonomi di Sabah melalui ketiga-tiga teras ini. Dan core business kami adalah capacity building. We're looking at how we can train our talents in Sabah. We are also looking at how we can promote technology and innovation to untuk membangunkan lagi ekonomi kita supaya kita tidak lagi termiskin. Dulu kita paling kaya, kan? I know not everyone loves this narrative, but we have to be we have to, kita tengok data pun kita kena mengakui lah, kan? Jadi but what are we doing to tackle that problems? So di sini SINIK mempunyai beberapa programs ataupun inisiatif yang kita harap dapat tackle beberapa masalah ataupun challenges in Sabah. Antaranya adalah social innovation and social enterprise. Ini adalah salah satu inisiatif kami yang sangat aktif bergerak even since masa pandemik tu saya ada pilihan untuk tidak berbuat apa-apa, but I told myself like, look, paling terkesan adalah ekonomi akar umbi kita, and I'm very glad to see IDS is here as well, promoting and supporting our initiative, creating wealth from the ground up instead of just top down. And so SINIK di sini kita cuba untuk mempelbagaikan lagi kami punya offering, bukan saja in terms of capacity building, but hopefully next year, hopefully we can give more funding for all of our startups across all these 3 pillars. And nanti saya akan explain lagi beberapa inisiatif seperti National Technology and Innovation Sandbox dan beberapa inisiatif lain yang mungkin anda di sini boleh boleh ambil kesempatan lah, boleh be part of it.
Vivi, thank you so much. I look forward to asking you several questions here, and maybe from the floor. Also, we are going to have hopefully a very engaging session today. All right, let's go ahead into the crux of the matter. We saw the presentations by Datuk Rosmadi and also Dr. Shu just now. I am most concerned with, I think, the threats of blue economy. So we did a SWOT analysis just now, and Dr. Shu has mentioned just now things that are hindering us, like financing, safety and security, and that's very pertinent, especially in the East Coast. Thankfully, we have ESCOM. Is it enough? We also worry about ACT and policy, and also some of us in this hall are very concerned with SDGs and ESG. Environmental protection is also important. Maybe I'd like to ask Datuk Rosmadi, you have a very close proximity to our Chief Minister. Maybe perhaps you'll like to, or maybe your office is above. Okay, I won't reveal that, but it's okay. It's okay. Mungkin Datuk Rosmadi ada special relationship lah dengan orang-orang atasan, boleh ada macam bagi pertanyaan ke apa dan sebagainya. Mungkin maybe Dr. Rosmadi can perhaps inform us, or perhaps, oh, okay. Wow, I'm giving 3 bullets here. We got to be frank, right, ladies and gentlemen? Anyways. Based on the threats, what can you share us in terms of what the government is doing, and perhaps you can share with the industry players, how can we overcome these threats, finance, safety, security, policy, and also environmental protection?
Okay, I start with environment. Tadi dalam presentation saya sudah maklumkan, bolehkah blue economy ini kita mulakan dari 50 nautical in above? That is a policy framework. Di mana 50 ke bawah itu ini to protect. Sekarang ini kita hanya protect within 3 nautical miles. So the state is embarking on a much larger space. Apa lagi kau mau? Kau 3 sekarang dikasih 50. Meaning to say that the thinking must be there. The thinking must be on the floor. What are you going to do with 15 nautical below? Okay? Tidak cukup luas, boleh bisik-bisik lagi macam kau bilang, bisik-bisik sajalah. Could bisa ada. Tetapi that is the thinking, the framework, policy yang kita buat. Kedua tadi mengenai dengan apa itu?
We have
Pasal 3 kesalahan, 1 Datuk Seri Panglima, kedua yang berhormat, ketiga doktor. Okay, alright, okay.
the list goes on, Datuk. My
Okay.
apologies.
Alright, okay. What is the other one?
So we have finance,
Financing.
safety,
My thinking is very simple. Kalau bila kita buat green economy, all over the world come up, di Malaysia come up with the green sukuk. Kalau kita buat blue, tidak bolehkah blue sukuk? After all, sukuk is bond. Isn't it? Kalau di darat, collateral dia tanah, like I said tadi waktu presentation, could be the coordinate di laut. Dari 50 nautical sampai 200 nautical under AAZ is in area to be discovered. In financing, I'm not worried. Because banyak tadi ada senarai, UNDP, World Bank, everything. All over the world now orang capitalize in blow economy punya financing. Let us ourselves, berapa sen kita ada? Did we do anything about it? The money is there. It's up to the financial expert di sini. Saya mau input nanti lah. Macam mana? Karena kita punya thinking ini limited to must be government funded initiative. Yet all over the world is going for FDI, DDI, you name it. Kita punya equity is our land, is the area that you are going to explore, discover, or to do anything else. Whatever you want. The asset is our land. Okay, but our thinking is what? Balik kepada 60, 70, kerjaan mesti kasih duit, baru boleh buat. Ya? Lepas itu komplain, because the government is become fat, banyak bekerja. So, but with the knowledge yang ada di sini ini, I know, dia orang tahu macam mana cari di luar sana. Okay, di state, when we come to this FDI, kita hanya ambil 30% equity. The rest is you come up with the money, sharing prosperity and sharing liability. Kalau kita prosper, sama-sama. Kalau kita rugi, sama-sama. Because I cannot use the area that I give to you for a certain period of time. That is our take on this subject. The third one?
We have security.
Security is a chicken and egg. Tanduo. Kalau tidak ada insiden di Tanduo, security, all the military might of the nation tidak akan pergi sana. My presentation is to change the narrative from geopolitik into geoeconomic. Kalau tidak ada aktiviti di laut kita, adakah keperluan maritim, DULDM, whatever security mau pergi sana? Siapa yang dia mau protect? Nanti public complain lagi. Spending public money for nothing. But if the economic activities is there, then the government able to provide the security. Nah, sekarang ini, apa yang kita dalam pikiran kita? Oh, kalau tidak ada military di sana, tidak ada, saya tidak mau masuk. Tidak safe. That is a conventional thinking. What I'm saying is that, kalau sudah ada activities, ini cara otomatis, semua akan ikut. Ini macam cerita semut dengan gula lah. Okay? Jangan ikut Vietnam lah. Dia masuk saja. Dia tidak berani. Dokter sudah kasih tahu tadi, orang Sabah ini, orang Malaysia ini rupanya tidak berani. Tidak berani pula. Tapi kalau ubah kerjaan berani kan. Nah, ini the things. We should be able, is a Malaysian yang generation baru ini menukar minda kita. Macam mana kita mensejahterakan negara kita. Macam mana kita mensejahterakan negeri kita. We have to do something to get whatever wish list yang kita mau itu. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosmadi. All right, Dr. Shu, maybe you'd like to respond or expand a little bit on some of these points about threats, because at the end of the day, industry players, I have this great idea, but maybe I don't want to implement because of these threats.
Okey, mungkin bagi pihak sebuah research institute, kami akan berkongsikan berdasarkan kepada literature review dan data collection yang telah kami kumpulkan ya, berkaitan dengan blue economy. Let's gauge against, let's say, Norway. Okay, sebagaimana yang saya telah maklumkan sebentar tadi, Norway, blue economy di Norway adalah amat well established. They call it as very matured blue economy industries. They have been started doing this blue economy since more than 50 years ago. It's just that the idea, the term blue economy is just muted recently lah di dalam tahun 2010. Baru saja muted. Sama juga di Sabah, dah lama dah kita buat blue economy ni, bukan setahun dua. Sebenarnya dah beratus tahun dah kita buat. Even Tagal is a part of the blue economy. Berapa lama dah Tagal diamalkan? 150 tahun? 200 tahun? Kan? Sebenarnya dia sudah lama diamalkan, cuma kita tidak populariskannya as a term. Okay, so let's look back into Norway. What are the challenges faced by Norway as a very, very much developed country, very much developed society? Okay, agak mengejutkan ya. Nombor satu adalah financing. Mereka masih menerima masalah financing, even though negara mereka adalah yang mencatatkan tax cukai paling tinggi di dunia. I think it's more than 43%. Right? It's more than 43%. Yet, bear in mind, their blue economy, more than 50% of their blue economy is actually, the GDP is contributed by oil and gas and also their shipping, because they are the second largest shipping manufacturer in the world. Okay? Together with Korea, South Korea and so on and so forth. So, kita melihat ini bukan satu isu baru, financing. So, what they do in order to face these financing challenges? Antaranya adalah they do collaboration. What type of collaboration? Sebagaimana yang Datuk sebut tadi, kita dah ada aset, kita dah ada tanah, kita dah ada laut, kita dah ada tenaga pekerja. Kita patut leverage, as a Malaysian, we should leverage on the so-called cheap labour lah. Saya boleh katakan kita cheap labour compare to Norway. Norway punya rate, berapa rate dia hourly compare to kita, Malaysia. Okay, so we should leverage on our labour, employment, okay, the so-called reasonably cheap labour of employment. Okay, that is number one. Number two adalah mereka very much working together with other countries. I'm not talking about states. I'm not talking within the state. Sabah bekerja dengan Sarawak, bekerja dengan wilayah persekutuan, bekerja dengan Pahang. Tidak. Mereka bekerja with other countries. Okay, to work together with the one so-called public-private partnership, PPP, means their public works together with their private. They are not solely relying on kerajaan negeri. Like us, Mima, saya bagi contoh. Dana kami kebanyakannya, 100% dana kami sebelum ini datangnya daripada Ministry of Transport. Kementerian Pengangkutan adalah parent ministry kami. Semua research kami dijalankan adalah top down daripada Ministry of Transport. But how resilient we are, how relevant we are in the industry. We don't want to be there tahun 1960, 70. Kami tidak mahu acuan yang sama, Mima. Mima sudah 30 tahun sejak tahun 1980-an. Kami di bawah direction of the new KP, we don't want to be as Mima was in the 1980s, in the 1990s. We are open, we are very resilient, we are very independent. We work together with Sabah. We work together with WWF. We work together with Kementerian Ekonomi. That is not our reporting ministry. So please don't limit ourselves. We try to explore. There is no boundary in terms of looking for initiatives and incentives. Ini negeri kita. Ini acuan kita. Ini budaya kita. Ini heritage kita. Kita buat cara kita. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shuhaida. Vivi, I saw your head nodding many times just now. A response from the response of Dr. Rosmadi and also Dr. Shuhaida.
Okay, yang pertama about funding lah kan. Saya santai-santai saja ya. Saya takut benih dengan Datuk Rosmadi.
Itulah, kita takut Pak. Itulah selalu tersasul kan.
Last year saya jumpa Datuk di London. Tapi saya takut mau pergi salam. Saya tengok saja dari jauh. And Anyway, but before that, Ben, I'd like to applaud the Sekretariat Ssmj atas inisiatif ini, Datuk, tahniah, because macam saya kata tadi, keadaan ekonomi negeri kita ni yang mungkin main bersilih ganti dengan Kelantan atau Sabah saja kan yang termiskin. Dan ini adalah satu inisiatif yang saya kira sangat bagus sebab kita, other than darat, kita cuba melihat bagaimana kita dapat memperkayakan ekonomi di Sabah melalui this blue economy. Dan dari segi financial, I feel it. I feel it bila Datuk Rosmadi bilang semua salah kerajaan. Sehingga hari ini masih lagi ada orang DM saya, oh, government should be doing this. You're not doing enough. I understand that, but at the same time kita mesti ubah cara kita berfikir ni dan tanya diri sendiri, what have you done to not only, yalah, tolong diri sendiri, takkanlah semua pun perlu disuap oleh government, but it is also our role as an agency to educate the public about how we should approach this thing kan. So dari Sinik sendiri, macam saya bilang tadi, tahun depan we're trying to see if we can fund some of the innovation or technology that can help promote, accelerate the objective of the blue economy. Contohnya sekarang, Ben, kita ada digital and IoT sandbox. It took me a year to take this approved by MOSTI because MOSTI sendiri pun macam bolehkah Sabahnya macam kurang yakin internet kamu okey kah? But like Datuk Rosmadi said, Sabah ni it's always chicken and egg situation. Kita tidak boleh tunggu sehingga something siap approved by the cabinet barulah kita mau start yang lain. Jadi saya ajak MOSTI dan federal agents stakeholders to sama-sama ambil risiko bersama kami di sini. Jadi terbentuklah Digital and IoT Sandbox di mana kami menjemput para penyedia teknologi, terutama teknologi di dalam sektor blue economy ni untuk melihat bagaimana kamu dapat mengkomersialkan teknologi kamu. NTIS memberi dana sehingga 2 juta ringgit untuk proses commercialization. Sehingga kini kita ada 9 teknologi daripada Sabah. Saya akan bagi dan berrekod tentang berapa yang dalam sektor blue economy ni. Kita sedang dengan meranti, kita sedang facilitate the cara untuk kita menaikkan diorang punya technology readiness level untuk dapatkan dana dan untuk keluarkan mereka sehingga ke peringkat pengkomersialization. Dari TRL 1 sampai TRL 9 semua kami jaga. So kami ada program untuk TRL 1 hingga 5 dan TRL 6 hingga 9. Jadi antaranya adalah Technology Commercialization Associates. Ini semua Sinik bayar ya, tidak perlu pun bayar 1 sen. It cost us a lot, but I'm so grateful that we have stakeholders that are kind enough to see us from different perspective, see Sabah from different perspective. Yang kedua, when it comes to collaboration, ini pun sangat penting. Kemarin saya tidak mau kasut siapalah, tapi saya ada masih berurusan dengan beberapa agensi kerajaan dan bila kita mengajak mereka untuk kolaborasi, no thank you. Kami sudah buat, lama sudah kami buat ni. So jadi I think ini juga budaya yang kita perlu fikir kembali lah. Collaboration does not mean that I will take your credit, but we really want to be on the same page and achieve this objective. And I hope macam di UK juga kan, saya di sana selama 1 tahun setengah, the community, the grassroots, bukan juga diorang bilang diorang tidak indah kerajaan. Bagi diorang, we can do it ourselves. And if government wants to chip in, why not? Come, we welcome you. But at their level, they are willing to do it themselves. And kalau saya boleh tambah, Prof ada mention about PPP, Public-Private Partnership. I would like to add community, PPC, Public-Private Community Partnership. If we can include community, especially the marginalized people, that would be great. Like saya tahu benda ini sangat delicate dan sensitif tentang community bajau laut, right? And when as we want to achieve our objective in blue economy, maybe we can look at direct and indirect stakeholders. Contohnya yang berlaku baru-baru inilah, Ben, it's sangat sensitif, tetapi I'm sure we can achieve something out of this. So itu sajalah.
Thank you so much,
pandangan.
Vivi. We'll cover about the issue in well, not directly, but in terms of the communities who are living on our shores. Perhaps there's that, like we mentioned just now, and Datuk Rosmadi mentioned the change of mindset. There's an opportunity here. All right, Datuk, you mentioned just now that there are 4 components to the blue economy: harvest of living resources, extraction of non-living resources, the commerce and trade in and around their oceans, and also response to the clean health challenges. So out of the 4 kan, Datuk, mana satu yang Datuk ingin put more emphasis, and especially maybe we can persuade our industry friends here untuk macam orang cakap, kasih tambahkan kita punya effort dalam salah satu komponen tersebut. Tourism sudah mature, oil and gas sudah banyak kita sudah buat. Maybe perhaps from your presentation just now, are there any of these 4 yang we should pay more attention to?
None of the above. Because after all, the industry players yang decide. Kami di Urus Sabah Maju Jaya tidak akan menentukan mana-mana priority. Karena itu adalah inisiatif private sector. So let them decide within that framework which one yang kamu boleh buat. Yang pada pendapat industri, that should be the priority of the government. Supaya dependensi kita kepada kerajaan ini berkurangan. Kita mau independent in pursuing whatever we think is right for the state and for the nation. Kalau kita tengok negara maju, the industry players yang menentukan. Government give the policy framework. Karena dia yang boleh lebih expert dalam soal ini. Okey. Itu saya soalan dia.
Itu saja. Tapi kalau Datuk mau tambah, kami dengar sejak ni, Datuk.
Okay. You see, the ironic is that kita dalam blue economy, banyak industri sudah start. Saya ambil contoh lah garam saja. Berapa bah kita ekspor garam dari luar negara? Itu pun Sabah, orang Sabah tidak boleh buat kah kilang? Lautnya begitu besar. Okay? Kita punya laut, dia punya salinity ke apa dipanggil itu lebih baik daripada China. Tetapi kilang garam pun tiada. Why? We are waiting for the government to ask you. Itu attitude kita. Why don't you come up with the idea, propose to the government, we want to do it. Kasih terbalik. Kasih terbalik. This is the time. Satu. Kedua yang saya nak beritahu. Minta maaf kepada akademik. Di Universiti Pertanian, saya mau tanya berapa luas tanah pertanian di Sabah dan di Malaysia. Universiti Teknologi ada, tetapi Universiti Laut dalam tiada. Tapi luas negara kita ini 80%, 95% adalah laut. We cannot even think of setting up satu institution dedicated to manage kita punya resources di sana. Universiti Proton pun ada kan? Tapi berapa saja? You think about it. Petronas ada. Berapa saja oil rig di Malaysia ini? Bolehkah kita macam Universiti Maritim di Sweden dan sebagainya? Laut dia bukan besar sangat. But the port, the thinking, the expertise on how to maximize a territory given by God to them. But what we choose to do in Malaysia, biarlah dulu. Nanti ada juga itu Dr. Saida buat, dia bilang. Tunggu orang. Okay, what I'm saying is that industry players think along that way. Kita masih excited mau buat research center untuk maritim. Kita masih excited menumpang. Sampai bila kita menumpang ini? Semua ada. So this is a time for us. Kalau dia bilang leapfrogging ke apa, ini jangan lari leapfrogging. Terjun terus. Nah, when Christopher Columbus, Marco Polo balik sebelum dia mati, apa dia cakap? Setelah dia I did it. Saya sudah buat to explore. And this is the time for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Datuk Rosmadi. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, industry players especially, that's empowerment already from Datuk. So there we go. Let's talk to Dr. Shu. You mentioned in your presentation just now that skills and also upskilling are somewhat lacking right now. And that I would like to tie in that question with Vivi later on as well. What role does education and public awareness play in achieving the goals of a sustainable blue economy?
Okay, this is a very open-ended question. Okay, when we talk about the education, selalunya orang ingat ini sebab tadi dalam lagu Integrity rasanya Datuk, ada dia kata generasi Z. Ya, ada. Sabah, Maju, Jaya. Okay, ada generasi Z. Okay. Ini satu, saya terfikir, bagaimanakah nanti jika 5 tahun akan datang Datuk, tiba-tiba kita ada generasi lain pula yang dikeluarkan. Adakah lagu itu akan, this is out of the context sebab saya akan kaitkan dengan statement saya seterusnya. Adakah lagu itu tidak relevan lagi? And there we go. Another cycle of producing another lagu. Right? Seperti mana lagu Negaraku, sejak tahun, I don't know when it was first produced, maybe I don't think it's from 1957, belum kan? Masih dalam 60s rasanya, but it's still relevant. It's still relevant. We just plug and play. Whether it's in 2050, 2100, it's still relevant. So inilah sesuatu yang kita cuba promosikan di dalam maritime education and training. The same goes to university tadi seperti yang menjadi aspirasi Datuk. Okay? Kita nak sesuatu technology, whatever skills, whatever knowledge that we are disseminating to Sabahan, to Malaysian and even to the people around the world must be relevant no matter in what year we are. Saya bagi contoh baru-baru ini kami didatangi oleh World Maritime University yang beribu pejabat di Sweden. Okay? Kita lihat walaupun it was talking about their structure was talking about everything related to IMO. But bila kita melihat kepada IMO, untuk mengetahui semua, adalah International Maritime Organization yang mengawal selia aktiviti dalam sektor maritim di dunia. Walau bagaimanapun, apabila kita melihat mereka dah outreach, the so-called outreach their business. It's not only relevant in Scandinavian countries like Sweden, but they outreach. They even have the HQ in China. They even plan, Prof, untuk buka di Malaysia. Spearheaded by, insyaAllah, MIMA di bawah Ministry of Transport. Okay, itu nampak tak? Kita cuba menjadikan dia sesuatu yang relevant no matter where we are. Begitu juga di dalam industri maritime education and training. We are not only talking about the skills. We are also talking about the soft skills. Entrepreneur, okay? Even bila saya memperkatakan tentang tadi contoh di Norway, antara isu yang mereka hadapi adalah mereka bukan skill community in the blue economy. Yet they are very much skilled di dalam oil and gas. Dan kalau kita melihat kepada perbezaan gaji di Norway, there is an issue of huge gap between industries. Walaupun blue economy adalah salah satu ekonomi terbesar di Norway. Untuk pengetahuan semua, di Norway 95% hasil produk blue economy dieksport. 95%. Pergilah kat pasar mana, ada jumpa ikan kod dia lah, ada jumpa ikan, even dekat kedai sushi je pun ada ikan salmon. Kan? Salmon dia, Sushi King pun pakai salmon Norwegian salmon. See how resilient they are. Lagi habis tu 5% tu takkan penduduk dia makan 5% je. Betul. Sebab penduduknya hanya ada 5 orang setiap 1 kilometer square. 5 orang sahaja 1 kilometer square. So when we talk about this education, okay, kadang-kadang kita ingat education ni hanya untuk school leavers. Betul ke school leavers ke? Kita kena ingat satu istilah yang dipanggil, Datuk, lifelong learning. Datuk tadi dah diseru 3 kali doktor, Datuk. Kena buat PhD ni, lifelong learning. Mungkin jadi graduan pertama Universiti Laut. Universiti Laut Malaysia, graduan pertama PhD. Mungkin ya, mungkin. Okay, itu saja jawapan dari saya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Datuk, Dr. Datu sounds very nice kan, Datuk? Inshallah. Vivi, you work with various individuals in Sabah. We talk about the coastline just now. Dr. Shu mentioned half the coastline of Malaysia is right here in Sabah. So I'm sure your agency has worked tirelessly to increase innovation or get people excited about innovation. We're still in the topic of skills and upskillings, and it's lacking right now. And I'm sure our industry players, as we want to thrive in the blue economy, we're looking for experts. We're looking for people who to be able to kasih besar lah itu business. Tapi tenaga kerja tiada. And then also now, as you mentioned, social entrepreneurship also plays a huge role. There are more and more people who are wanting to say, oh, saya mau jadi boss, saya mau kerja sendiri. So perhaps from your agency, what are the things that you're focusing now so that this blue economy can be realized?
Banyak saya mau cakap ni Ben, tapi
Silakan,
saya pilih mana yang
satu-satu.
penting sajalah. But sebelum saya lupa, my colleague here, Suhaila, sitting at the back with pink tudung, she has just been certified as Research Technology Transfer Professional by Ssmj. Dari Oxford, ya. First, I think in Sabah and first female in Sabah. Kat Semenanjung ada ramai 43. By Meranti sponsored us 20,000 for this certificate. So make full use of Su. Kami berharap lebih banyak lagi tenaga kerja dan bukan saja sinik. Actually, I have invited people from UMS, people from other agencies juga, tapi tidak laku. Tidak laku. Maybe saya punya explanation pun kurang a bit lah. But I would like to bring this certification come to Sabah. Kenapa? Sebab whatever technology we have here, these people will have the expertise to consult them and to see how we can commercialize this technology. Sebab kadang-kadang kita cakap pasal teknologi, it's not just necessary teknologi dari luar negara. But for all you know, like for example, I think Datuk Ramza did explain this, educate me this on Tagal. It is also a technology from the grassroots, kan Datuk? Tetapi kita tidak mainstreamkan, tapi kita memperagung-agungkan pula teknologi dari luar dan bila dibawa ke Sabah sebenarnya tidak sesuai dengan demografik ataupun landscape kita di Sabah sendiri. Jadi, I think, what is your question just now? Saya cakap sejalah kan?
Go ahead. You wrote many things in your book. Go ahead.
So,
our repertoires are listening.
Yang paling penting, when we talk about policy, I'm not an expert in policy, I have to be honest, but I think I've worked with a lot of policy makers, juga universities, research institute. We can have the best of policy in Sabah and in Malaysia. But jika polisi itu gagal difahami oleh setiap level of community, termasuklah marginalized community, then I don't think we can execute the policy dengan 100% lah, kita tidak dapat achieve the objective. So but this is not the responsibility of just policy makers. It is our responsibility and I would like to take that responsibility. Di SINIK sendiri kami ingin mengambil tanggungjawab tersebut untuk translate polisi-polisi ini kepada bentuk yang mudah difahami oleh golongan community kita yang termasuklah golongan marginalized. Dan contohnya lah mungkin kami boleh buat public awareness on macam mana mau reduce plastik, macam mana, what is circular economy, contohnya lagi how to do marine conservation. Saya selalu mau tersebut conservation. Dan dari sini sendiri dari tahun 2020 kami rasa, seingat saya lah, nanti saya akan share data dengan Tuan Ramli. We have sponsored, we have subsidized, fund a few social enterprises yang memang dalam marine conservation. Contohnya, kami kasih keluar lagi di majalah, Tuan, kami cuba segala channel yang boleh untuk promote kita punya the success of teknologi yang dilahirkan dalam untuk membantu blue economy. Dan ketika ini saya rasa ada lebih kurang, I can say, saya yakin kita ada less than 10, maybe around 6 teknologi yang dapat membantu blue economy. Especially in marine conservation. Kemudian, I would also like to invite all the researchers from the universities untuk datang ke sini, datang ke Wisma Bandaraya tingkat 13. Kita ada Digital and IoT Sandbox di sana. We hope that we can translate more research ke dalam yang boleh dikomersilkan dan yang boleh memberi manfaat kepada penduduk kita lah. Saya faham juga punya KPI adalah berapa research yang kamu sudah produce. Tetapi when it comes to commercialization, di sana yang kita kurang, dan saya harap kita berhentilah how to say this, like we hope we can help dalam segala bentuk yang boleh untuk walaupun KPT sudah begitu, janganlah kita reda sahaja, but see what we can do to challenge the status quo. Dan yang paling penting sekali, saya rasa sinik pun kami tidak mahu berada di sini selama-lamanya. I know some people would say kurang masuk akal juga ni statement, tapi I hope we can be obsolete one day. Maksudnya semua masalah kita sudah tackle. Contohnya Startup Nation UK, diorang dengan gembiranya after I think 15 years announce that, hey, the ecosystem have worked well together, we are no longer needed, and I hope we hope we can buat another agency untuk solve other problems. So itu sajalah. I hope I answer your question, but yeah.
Thank you so much, Vivi. We have a few minutes left for our forum, and I think the most important part of this forum are your questions. And perhaps if there are any individuals, kalau ada siapa-siapa di dalam dewan ini yang ingin mengajukan soalan, inilah peluang yang baik untuk anda mengajukan soalan kepada mana-mana ahli panel kita pada hari. We have one question right there. An immediate hands up. Sekejap ya, Tuan. Dan kepada siapa-siapa lagi yang ingin mengajukan soalan, alright, satu yang kedua di sana.
Ya.
There are 5 minutes. Silakan.
Assalamualaikum. Terima kasih Tuan Moderator. Saya Azhar Kasim daripada Jabatan Perikanan. Jadi saya ingin cuba pandaskanlah keadaan berkenaan dengan the way forward of the blue economy ni. Jadi saya sebenarnya daripada kalau dari segi perspektif industri perikanan, of course kita memang sangat-sangat setuju the statement daripada geopolitik we change to the geoeconomy. Tapi hakikatnya kami as a frontliner, kami menghadapi dengan industri. Kami berhadapan dengan pelabur. As mentioned oleh Datuk tadi, Datuk, para panel lah, with respect, ada beberapa perkara yang telah disentuh. Hakikatnya inilah yang sering diperkatakan. Pertama, about the security. I'm talking about the perspective of perikanan lah, sektor perikanan, deep sea, mariculture dan sebagainya. About the security. Kedua, very important thing, saya sangat setuju dengan Dr. Syahidah, data. Security adalah, dia cakap, if we want to go to the sea, adakah jaminan keselamatan? Because the asset what we bring to the sea, to the ZAA, bukan 100-200 ribu juta dia punya harga. Ini guarantee for the security. Yang ini juga untuk makluman, I just share daripada perikanan, karena kita perikanan Sabah, untuk makluman, kita sekarang ni sudah dalam progress untuk launching our deep sea fishing. di sana dan kita pernah argue dengan Maritime Enforcement tentang perkara ini. Inilah juga yang saya cakap, kami jaga aktiviti ekonomi, kamulah jaga keselamatan. Dan yang the latest just yesterday kami dapat inform pihak Maritime minta Jabatan Perikanan bagi maklumat detail mana-mana deep sea fishing yang ke laut untuk diorang tolong escort. This is the one yang progress lah untuk soal makluman. Okay, itu yang satu. Kemudian about the data. Data is very important. Saya really agree on that one. Sebab dia pergi sana untuk explore, dia mau tahu data bukan saja resources, tapi ada dari segi pelbagai konsekuensi yang akan dihadapi. Dia perlu data. Ini yang kami hadapilah, dia minta. Dalam macam sumber perikanan tu, of course kami boleh bagi. We have the data. Tidak ada masalah. Kita tahu berapa banyak resources kita yang ada di laut. Tapi ada data-data yang lain yang beyond kita punya jurisdiction department itu yang memang sukar kita dapat lah. Tapi perlu ada satu orang bilang convergent lah benda ini dari segi ada agensi dari segi data ini sangat-sangat important kerana kita mahu kita punya pelabur industri bila ke sana dia tidak menghadapi satu implikasi kerugian dan sebagainya yang tidak menarik orang lain untuk datang. Dua. Yang ketiga juga yang hakikatnya yang sering diperkatakan oleh industri about infrastructure. Sorry, moderator sedikit masa saya ambil about the infrastructure. Ini juga the most important dan ini juga Jabatan Perikanan yang sekarang ini sedang berkempen untuk negeri Sabah. Bukan saja di peringkat negeri, peringkat nasional. Kenapa Sabah tidak wujudkan satu JT perikanan, Fisheries JT, iPod JT yang bertaraf internasional. Kerana untuk makluman, kita di Sabah ni ada lebih kurang 16,000 vessel. 16,000, ada 1,200, 1,400 vessel perikanan komersial. Yang kita ada suritusi hanyalah SAFMA. This is that question yang juga diorang minta kita bagi, yang kita minta. Yang last but not least about ini juga yang penting adalah financing lah. Financing, of course, ini is beyond jabatan punya lah ini. Okay, komen yang kedua yang ingin saya sampaikan ke sini adalah about tadi mention daripada Mima Dr. Cedah yang agak menarik adalah strategi dan structurally. Saya hanya share satu pengalaman saya bila saya dibawa. Thank you Datuk James dengan Simon. Saya bawa dorang sini bila dorang bawa saya untuk buat satu due diligence visit. Saya berkesempatan melawat satu institute ini makan Shenzhen Institute of Guangdong Ocean University. Dia ini sebagai satu universiti JLC yang melahirkan ramai cendekiawan-cendekiawan, ramai pakar yang dia hantar kepada dia punya SPV yang dipanggil. Dan dia punya moto sangat menarik bagi saya, dia panggil sebagai world class leading demonstration zone in the food industry. Di situlah fisheriesnya, di situlah pertaniannya dan sebagainya. Dan players yang banyak adalah di tingkat swasta, industri. Jadi tadi mention about structure, structurally in strategi in structurally, saya ingat ini satu framework yang mungkin kita lihatlah yang saya cadangkan dalam konteks blok ekonomi yang kita boleh lihatlah. Mungkin Mr. Simon lepas ni mungkin boleh elaborate sebab saya tidak dapat input sebab semua tulisan Mandarin. Saya gagal untuk orang bilang hadam. Itu yang masalah saya waktu itu. Okey, yang seterusnya juga saya mungkin tanya, ini pertanyaan lah ya kepada Dr. Cedah berkenaan satu senario terkini agak keluar konteks mungkin tapi memang related dalam blok ekonomi kita ini about kerajaan Thailand ura-ura untuk wujudkan satu kanal di kanal maknanya tempat laluan ini maritime ini. Jadi saya juga berpandangan ini saya main petak pandangan Mima. Apakah kita punya Sabah blok ekonomi strategik ni akan mungkin buat make an adjustment kerana dari segi maritim hakikatnya dia akan keep change. Bila Thailand buat terusan semua kapal-kapal I believe akan lalu di kawasan tersebut. About Sabah macam mana strategi kita. And untuk Datuk Rosmadi saya minta maaf lah awal-awal kadang-kadang selalu saya minta ampun sama juga dengan moderator selalu minta maaf dengan Datuk Rosmadi. Selalu buat salah juga. Tapi salah pun saya kena cakap. Tadi mention about 50 nautical miles. I just use the term kalau boleh pertimbangkan reduce sikit. 50 tu pakai but not nautical mile biarlah kilometer. Sebab supaya dia inline dengan dasar dalam deep sea fishing perikanan, kita menghendaki for the deep sea activity 30 nautical mile from the shore to the deep sea onward lah. Maknanya kalau 30 nautical mile is equal 50 nautical mile. Lebih kurang samalah. Last but not least dengan Puan Sinik tadi ya. Tadi dia Puan Vivianti ya. Sorry minta maaf daripada Sinik ha. Saya baru dengar. Dari segi tadi mention about untuk makluman ya, dalam industri perikanan kita menghadapi satu cabaran besar adalah dari segi manpower pekerja. Kita tiada pekerja. Dalam deep sea fishing 90% or could be more semua foreign workers. Begitu juga dalam industri aquaculture. Jadi sekarang ini isu hangat tentang bajau laut dan sebagainya. Ada urah-urah kerjaan bajau-bajau laut ini ditangkap, lepas tu dibawa untuk dijadikan pekerja plantation. Awal-awal saya cakap kalau cadangan ini dibuat dia akan fail. Percaya dengan saya. Sebab saya ni orang laut macam Datuk Rosmadi akan fail. Tapi why not? Kerjaan melihat benda ini mungkin daripada sinik. Bajau-bajau laut ini jangan yang besar-besar lah, yang kecil-kecil ini kita ambil, kita groom dia, kita bagi sekolah dia, kita masukkan dia dalam latihan dan sebagainya untuk dijadikan sebagai kru kita dalam industri perikanan. Itu saja Tuan Moderator, minta maaf agak panjang komen dan pertanyaan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Soalan-soalan bernas sekali which will start our engagement session here. Datuk Rosmadi, mungkin mau bagi respon dulu. Banyak tu.
Saya jawab satu saja. Dia minta reduce from 50 nautical mile into 30 nautical mile, which is equivalent to 50 kilometer lah. More or less lah. Tidak masalah. Tidak masalah. Kalau semua environmentalist setuju dengan kedudukan ini, tidak ada masalah. Like doktor awal-awal tadi, our konsep dalam blue economy ini is very dynamic. Dia boleh berubah. Very fluid. Macam lautan juga ini. Dia akan berubah dari masa ke masa dan kita ikut kesesuaian kehendak stakeholder. Itu saja yang saya mau jawab. Pasal dia ini sudah sokong saya punya ekonomi biru. We are going to sign MOU dengan untuk laut dalam, penerokaan laut dalam, di mana Sabah, kalau bandingkan di Semenanjung kita yang paling tercurut, baru cakap lesen saja, pun sudah kita yang paling bawah. Tapi laut yang paling besar adalah di Sabah. Tidak perlulah saya quote itu figure. Banding dengan Perak saja malu kita orang Perak ada di sini. Peles. Dia lesinkan beratus. Kita orang Brunei bilang sebuting sama kita ini. That is the gap that we need to address. And thank you Azhar for supporting us.
Thank you so much, Datuk. Dr. Shu.
Untuk soalan berkenaan dengan the land bridge connecting the Ranong and Chongkon ports, Prof, boleh Prof agaknya saya pass over to the Prof. Prof is actually the experts appointed by the Ministry of Transport to handle the forecast studies. Okay. Jadi saya serahkan kepada orang yang lebih layak untuk mendapat jawapan first hand stories, first hand data daripada Prof Dr. Rosni.
Terima kasih. Kita izin bagi Datuk ya, panel. Okey, untuk sebenarnya di inisiatif dan juga dari segi keselamatan lah, saya cerita dari segi ekonomi lah ya. Memang kita telah pun maklum dan diberi satu amanah untuk melihat dari segi the risk berkaitan dengan dipanggil land bridge between the Chungpon Port dengan Ranong Port dan apa implikasi kepada ekonomi negara. Kita ada beberapa cadangan. Sebenarnya kita tak perlu risau sebenarnya benda ni. Dah bertahun-tahun inisiatif ni. Ya, dah berpuluh tahun dan tidak materialize lah. Kita kena lihat dari segi kita punya dipanggil kekuatan dalaman, endowment yang kita ada, resources yang kita ada. Kalau kita katakan dia land bridge, sebenarnya di Semenanjung kita sebenarnya dah ada land bridge ataupun dipanggil inland port. Dan kita telah membina on the way sekarang ni, I think dah siap, angkat siap 2026, 2027 dipanggil ECRL, East Coast Rail punya connectivity di antara pantai timur dan pantai barat. So that is our land bridge. Apa yang kita cadangkan sebenarnya kita kena lihat kekuatan kita seperti mana yang Dr. Shu maklum di Sweden. Di Sweden mereka ada dipanggil super cluster, maritime super cluster, di mana dia akan gravitate semua industri duduk dekat situ, satu center, dan daripada situ dia akan ada dia punya ilmu atau knowledge teknologi di satu tempat. So kita lihat terutamanya di Semenanjung, kita wujudkan atau kita cadangkan hub-hub laluan-laluan di mana ECRL itu, jajaran ECRL itu dia ada hub dia sendiri, dipanggil inland port punya ni. So isu dia sekarang, communication between inland port dengan seaport tak berlaku. Dan bila kita lihat dari segi Red Sea, isu yang laluan kapal dagang ke Red Sea itu dan terpaksa dia tukar laluan daripada 6 hari kepada 8 ataupun 10 hari perjalanan, dan dia akan akibat dia pile up of container dekat Singapura. Tadi Datuk beritahu 2 minggu at least untuk loading unloading. Singapura mungkin now dia terpaksa mengambil masa lebih kurang dalam 3 atau 4 minggu. Dan dia ada pile up of the container. So yang ni dia kena extended the lake to the inland port. Dan dia akan pergi ke mana-mana pelabuhan yang ada dekat situ. So sebenarnya kita mendapat advantage from tu bila kita lihat dia punya numbers of container meningkat because of that issue. Dan kita cadangkan salah satu cadangan daripada MIMA dan telah pun dipersetujui peringkat kementerian dan akan dibawa cadangan ke peringkat dipanggil strategi development peringkat federal, dipanggil sekarang ni di pelabuhan seaport kita ada lembaga-lembaga pelabuhan, tetapi di inland port kita tiada dipanggil inland port committee atau commission, lembaga-lembaga pelabuhan pelabuhan darat. Kita cadangkan begitu sebab kita nak sinkroniskan dari segi pergerakan kargo dan juga dari segi pemonitoran seperti mana tadi yang very important is a data. Bila kita ada data barulah kita boleh ukur dari segi keberkesanannya. Okay? Itu satu cadangan dan insyaAllah kita MIMA diberi amanah untuk kita memberi, sebab MIMA ni is a second thought ataupun cadangan polisi menasihat think tank kepada kerajaan dari segi isu-isu tadi Datuk beritahu geopolitik dan juga dari segi ekonomi lah. Dan kita berkembang, kita punya ni bukannya kepada security matters saja, tetapi maritime affair kita terlibat. Yang kedua tadi saya nampak memang betul Datuk, mungkin saya boleh bagi satu pandangan. Mungkin pihak Sabah, Maju, Jaya dan juga Blue Economy Committee boleh melihat bila kita membuat sesuatu aktiviti atau inisiatif, yang paling penting tadi adalah data dan yang paling penting sekali adalah mewujudkan satu entiti dipanggil the registrar. Ya, semua ni kena register. Kita nak carbon panggil apa? Carbon CCUS pun kita tak tahu berapa banyak. Ya. So mungkin kita cadangkan satu registrar or for the blue economy registrar. Maknanya setiap 17 elemen ataupun dipanggil apa? Dia punya yang menyumbang ataupun driver to the economy itu kita klasifikasikan di bawah Sabah punya dipanggil apa entity dan merekodkan dipanggil registrar. From that registrar tu kita bolehlah keluarkan certain lesson dan sebagainya di bawah blue economy. Dan itu cadangan lah yang ni extend daripada tu. Thank you, saya serahkan pada Mr. Ben.
Thank you so much, Professor Doctor. Right, Vivi?
Thank you so much for that idea. I think, Sue, we take up that idea. Saya rasa sangat brilliant because before this, I think we've been to Semporna and teach maths or teach entrepreneurship to people in Sempurna juga kan, belajar laut di Sempurna. But it was just a one-time off initiative. So I would like to take up that idea and I would like to challenge ourselves as well in Sinik, and maybe hasil daripada inisiatif itu mungkin kami boleh collaborate dengan maybe Borneo Comrade or ini other NGO yang memperkasa community bajau laut untuk kita lihat bagaimana mungkin education dan inisiatif-inisiatif ini dapat merubah, bukan juga merubah lah, mungkin membawa satu kebaikan kepada apa yang kita mau capai dalam blue economy ini. So thank you so much for that idea. I would like to challenge ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know time is up, but I still want to honor the two individuals yang tanya soalan tadi. The number 2 ialah the gentleman at the back, yeah, and then number 3 is Madam, and then we will masuk to our sesi libat urus, and the fourth person that raised the hand will be the first person to perhaps begin our discussion later on. Tuan, silakan.
Halo, ya, selamat tengah hari ahli panel, CCO Datuk Rosmadi dan Prof. Su dan Vivianti. Saya ada 2 perkara, satu soalan dan satu lagi cadangan. Soalan yang pertama kepada Prof. Su berkaitan dengan ada satu slide presentation Prof tadi di bawah tajuk Forecasted Output for Blue Economy in Sabah. Jadi saya tertarik dengan perkara yang berkaitan dengan estimated investment in billion bagi perkara yang berkaitan dengan barter trade. Jadi saya tertarik dengan barter trade sebab di Sabah barter trade ini berkait rapat dengan jabatan tempat saya bertugas, iaitu Jabatan Pelabuhan dan Dermaga. Jadi saya bukan orang ekonomi tetapi ingin mendapatkan penjelasan yang mungkin lebih jelas tentang bagaimana nilai investment dalam bentuk bilion. Kalau saya lihat di sini dia di antara 10 hingga 15 bilion bagi barter trade. Sebab untuk perkongsian di Jabatan Pelabuhan dan Dermaga setakat ini dan beberapa tahun kebelakangan ini nilai hasil yang dipungut direct kepada kerajaan melalui Jabatan Pelabuhan dan Dermaga tidak pun sampai nilai juta. Itu yang pertama. Kedua, lebih kepada cadangan. Tadi Prof. Su ada menyatakan bahawa World Maritime University Sweden sedang berkolaborasi dengan pihak MIMA, dan saya percaya World Maritime University ini dia lebih kepada teknikal, kepada maritim, iaitu kejuruteraan, oil and gas dan bermacam-macam lagi. Jadi saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini mungkin lebih baik sebab di Sabah ini belum ada institusi yang berkaitan dengan maritim, teknikal. Di Semenanjung kita ada saya lihat tadi ada daripada Universiti Terengganu, ada berkaitan dengan teknikal maritim. Lepas tu kita ada UniKL yang berkaitan dengan maritim teknikal, dan kita ada Universiti Teknologi Malaysia yang berkaitan dengan teknikal maritim. Maritim yang bukan marine perikanan punya, marine teknikal. Jadi saya ingin mengambil kesempatan, mungkin sudah sampai masanya pusat ini diadakan di Sabah sebagai merangkumi kepada Borneo. Jadi itu mungkin lebih berkongsikan kepada satu Malaysia. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Dr. Shu, boleh bagi respons?
Acik ni semua saya kena jawab.
Tak apa. That's why you're here.
Okey, saya jawab dulu yang soalan yang kedua yang berkenaan dengan the technical university. Ya, memang betul. Okay, buat masa sekarang ni memang kita tiada lagi di peringkat Sabah lah. Memang we need to explore all that. Okay. In fact, kami juga telah di-approach oleh beberapa institution penyelidikan MTE, we call it as MTE, Marine Training and Education, ya, untuk bekerjasama, berkolaborasi dengan kami apabila mengetahui bahawa kaki kami dah dengan WMU, satu kaki dah mendapat persetujuan. Ya, kami telah berkolaborasi dengan WMU Presiden yang datang ke MIMA dalam 2 bulan lepas. Jadi kami melihat memang ada potential, ya, untuk kita melihat kepada menggunakan leverage on the location of Sabah. Lagi-lagi Sabah ni katanya menghadap 6 negara, kan, in terms of mobility, mendapatkan para pelajar daripada negara-negara lain adalah lebih mudah. Mungkin kalau kita boleh bekerjasama dengan MAS ataupun Asia untuk mendapatkan harga tiket yang lebih murah untuk kelas-kelas yang mereka perlu hadiri sekiranya universiti tersebut diadakan di Kota Kinabalu. Contoh, saya bagi contoh. By the way, Kota Kinabalu is an international airport. Betul? Dan mungkin juga antara, ini just some inputs daripada perbincangan, mungkin kami boleh kongsikan ya, antara speciality of our Malaysian I would say acuan Malaysian of WMU adalah kita memperkenalkan crash course. Maksudnya apabila tuan-puan mengambil kursus contohnya diploma, berapa tahun? 3. Degree? 4. Master pun 2 tahun atau paling pendek 1 tahun setengah. Kita buat crash course 6 minggu, 3 bulan. But it's very intensive lah. Tak adalah masa nak pergi kenduri Datuk. Tak boleh makan, tak adalah sakit perut lah kan. Tak ada masa nak pergi kenduri, tak ada masa nak pergi tengok wayang. It's all about attending classes. But it's very intensive, it's very focused driven. Okay, jadi saya amat harap, kami di peringkat MEMA amat berharap dah sekiranya perkara tersebut boleh dimaterialiskan. Kita buat ikut acuan kita. Kita ada Kementerian Pendidikan kita sendiri. Kita boleh propose kepada Kementerian Pendidikan, Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, ini acuan kita untuk menarik ramai pendaftaran pelajar daripada khususnya dari negara-negara, khususnya daripada pemain industri. Okay, so untuk soalan kedua, okay, terima kasih Tuan, okay, berkenaan dengan forecasted investment and also forecasted job creation. Okay, for your information, those are the calculation done by 18 orang Datuk waktu tu, 18 orang pemain industri yang juga antara lain adalah wakil daripada PTJ Tuan sendiri daripada dermaga. I am not so sure how the calculation was made, but we will look into that. Okay, we will look into that because obviously the data is not plucked from the sky. They come up with all the calculations taking into account the pelbagai variables, okay, termasuk GDP dan juga ROI dan juga yang paling penting ROV. Pada ketika itu seingat saya kita melihat kepada ROV, return of value. Okay, rather than only return on investment in a value of monetary. Kita melihat juga dalam bentuk non-monetary value pada ketika tersebut. But we'll look into that, okay? And obviously we will review and improvise throughout the next session, insyaAllah. Thank you, Tuan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shu. Our final question from POIC, right?
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks. I'm Lynette, representing POIC Sabah Sdn Bhd. And this company actually is 100% state-owned by the state government and mandated to develop the POIC Lahad Datu. Because we've got very limited time, I must first of all start by thanking Datuk Dr. Rosmadi for giving us the opportunity and invitation for us to be here. Dr. Su, of course, for the very interesting and passionate delivery, and Vivianti, very proud of you to be Sabahan. And of course, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rosni for being such an inspiration. He actually came to meet with us 3 years ago and spoke about the blue economy, and that's how it all started. POIC Lahad Datu, I think most people here know it. And I just, because of the limited time, I'd like to just say something to address what Dr. Shu mentioned. And that is, there are many things that can be done without having to mengoyakkan pocket. And I'm actually very happy to inform the members here today that POIC Lahad Datu is one of the lowest hanging fruits in terms of infrastructure readiness. It is an industrial facility, there is a port facility, and there is network with all the other government agencies, ministries and departments in order to make things happen. And recently we have been given great support through Ssmj for a very important initiative. But before I go into that, I'd just like to say, because POIC Lahad Datu is located on the East Coast, it is facing an up-and-coming international sea lane, which is the Lombok-Makassar Straits. And that strait is being plied by international cargo vessels, tankers, and all that. And someone mentioned that we are facing 6 different nations just right by there. And the industrial park is ready, infrastructure is there, so it's just a matter of plug and play. And there is so much opportunities to leverage on. And when we heard the Chief Minister announce the blue economy in November last year, we were very happy because we saw a lot of relevance as to how POIC can play a role and even be, perhaps even a backbone to the blue economy because the infrastructure is there. So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We absolutely support and applaud the announcement about extending the border to 50 kilometers beyond the coastline, because that means it allows more opportunities to extract resources, to value add on the resources, and to provide high value jobs for our people in Sabah. Because these resources are not just about perikanan, it involves bio-based chemicals, it involves so many other aspects of wealth and prosperity for the state. So there you go. I look forward to the opportunity to discuss more later on and see how we can collaborate, because this is basically about a forum of collaboration. But I'm just very happy to say that the platform is there, the infrastructure is there, so there's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's no need to mengoyakkan pocket. And we want to see how we can help, how we can reach out to those who are ready to work with us. So that's one. And the other one is the Jabatan Pelabuhan dan Dermaga brought up the issue about the training of especially TVET skills. And this is where we wanted to inform that actually Datuk Rosmadi had not mentioned this, but I think he was being very humble because the Chief Minister has given mandate to Ssmj to spearhead a maritime academy in the state. POIC sort of, in a very, I suppose initially there were initiatives to put up some programs, but the program cannot take off without the full support of a state entity like Ssmj. So we look forward to working with Ssmj and other entities to see how we can develop the TVET skills for the maritime sector. And beyond that as well, it's not just TVET, it could be knowledge development through universities as well. So let's see how we could move that further. And last but not least, Vivianti mentioned about the possibility of working on areas of maritime conservation. Now, we do have industries in petroleum, in future in oil and gas, who will be coming in because of the port facilities and the location. And we know that on the East Coast, there's tremendous wealth in oil and gas and other minerals as well. So we foresee that there will be a lot of opportunities for value adding in future. So, and in relation to IMO requirements, in relation to net zero goals by 2050 and ESG compliance and so on and so forth, can we work or can we require that these industries work with Scenic, for example, to see how they can contribute towards maritime conservation? Because on the East Coast, we have a lot of sensitive maritime considerations, the corals, the mangrove, the wetlands, the wildlife. So what can these industries do to also help, to give back, and how do we organize this? Because at the end of the day, what we want to see is, we want to have a green port. Because at the end of the day, we will have no choice. We will need to have a green port. If we want to attract quality industries, we need to consider the entire supply chain, from the energy right down to the import-export points as well. So this is a very exciting time, and we look forward to see how we could expand the conversation and the narrative and to make things happen for Sabah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Lynette of POIC. Maybe a quick response from each of our panelists. Datuk Rosmadi mungkin mau bagi apa-apa respon daripada apa yang dikatakan oleh Puan Lynette tadi.
Dia quote saya.
Yes. So only fair that you respond balik.
Itu Ketua Menteri saya tidak boleh komen.
Okay.
Apa yang Ketua Menteri promise dia orang is not my promise. It's the Chief Minister. So, it's unfair to quote me. Dia bilang I'm being too humble. I cannot speak on that. Okay. Hasrat kita is very simple. When come to training, like I said tadi, kalau pertanian berapa besar saja tanahnya, ada Universiti Pertanian. Okay. Universiti Petronas berapa saja dia punya wage dan apa? Ada universiti dia. Lautan kita luas. Why we still thinking that just an institution? Why? Dr. Rusu sudah kasih tahu macam mana Norwegian government European capitalize on that. But kita punya thinking masih lagi tumpang. I would like to see an independent university specifically for this purpose. Because the area that we are going to discover out there, sampai sekarang kita tidak boleh siap senaraikan. So we need the institution yang full pledge that can do dari atas laut sampai dasar laut sampai di bawah. In why we are still thinking in institution is enough. And that is the challenge for us. Itu saja respon saya.
Alright, thank you so much, Datuk. Doktor?
Kenapa kalau saya respon ada orang tepuk tangan? Am I that serious?
Silakan, let's give some
Am I that
applause.
serious?
Okay, I think mine is just a remarks because it wasn't really a question to me, right? So saya banyak berterima kasih lah dengan PYC. We have been engaged with their representative who visited us last 2 weeks, okay? But again, let's make a bit of ponder. Dekat sekolah, bila kita tanya anak-anak kita, apakah cita-cita anda? Apa jawapan dia? Doktor, jurutera, magistrat, ada lagi ke? Lagi apa? Kerja bank or even paling ni pun nak jadi polis, bomber kan? YouTuber, oh sekarang dah ada YouTuber. Okay. Selebriti adalah kot, kan? Ada tak yang nak berkaitan dengan maritim? Nak jadi pelayar? Nak jadi fisherman yang educated fisherman, okay? Tiada, benda itu tidak ada. Okay, jadi it is actually rooted from our education system. Yes, it's true. It can be mooted from the whatever facilities that PYC have. Okay, we can do the after school leavers kind of education, but at the same time we need to change our mindset. Probably whatever being taught at school, we should start promoting the blue economy awareness to the kids. We were talking about TVET. Now, why not we talk about the STEM education at school? Kita bermula dari bawah. Datuk pun cakap tadi, bermula dari dasar laut hingga naik-naik berlayer-layer. Sekarang ni kita dah di tengah laut dah ini. Untuk pelajar lepasan sekolah, mungkin kita patut lihat dari bawah, daripada tadika, kindergarten, schools and stuff like that. Okay, itu saja input dari saya. Thank you.
Thank you, Shu. Vivi, a question was posed by Madam Lynette.
Yeah.
Would you like to respond?
Yes, a quick one. And I really like this question actually. Saya tahu kalau saya bagi ini jawapan kan ramai yang dia ni kan nanti ada yang kecil hati. But I think it's an opportunity for us to challenge the current landscape of our talent in Sabah. Balik-balik saya tengok dari dulu sampai sekarang kan kalau macam ada okay, before I touch on that, I think we underestimate the capability of our youth, especially our talent. Or kalau macam di kampung or di pesisir pantai, they cannot do much. Dorang boleh nelayan saja tu. But to me that is wrong. Sebab macam sekarang ni pun kalau ada beasiswa, masih lagi yang gunting rambut, or kursus jahit mendandan, or kursus mengurut. Itu sajakah orang Sabah boleh buat? Itu sajakah orang B40 boleh buat? And I spoke about this to one of the officers lah. Oh, kami buat begini yang menggunting, menjahit ni semua sebab itu saja orang luar bandar boleh buat. And I think that's itu saya rasa sangat malanglah satu persepsi begitu. Jadi saya harap this is, like I said, this is an opportunity for us to look into the capacity building and the talent landscape of Sabah. Maybe something that maybe Sinik sendiri boleh buat, ya. And I hope we can contohnya kita ada beberapa jabatan yang juga mengetengahkan tentang skill-skill kemahiran TVET di sini. I think KSTI je, Tuan Jerry, bos saya ada di sini. Mungkin this is something that we can look into through Sinik as well. Thank you for that idea. I've always admired you, Madam Lynette. We worked together when Sinik was still under KKIP. So thanks for that suggestion. I'd like to take up on that idea.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vivi, and thank you all very much. Hold your thoughts because after this, it will be your session. We want to hear your ideas, your aspirations, your concerns, and this lectern, this rostrum will be yours shortly. But first, let's thank Datuk Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, everybody. Dr. Shuhaida and also Madam Vivianti, and to express appreciation for our two guest panelists here. Kena tengok dulu. Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi ingin menyampaikan cendera kenangan dan kita persilakan panelis-panelis kita untuk berdiri dan Datuk Rosmadi akan sampaikan cendera hati yang pertama kepada Dr. Shuhaida. Dan seterusnya kepada Puan Vivianti Sarjuni. Kita ambil gambar kenang-kenangan dahulu bersama-sama. Silakan. Terima kasih. Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, terima kasih. Thank you so much. Dr. Shu and Madam Vivi, thank you very much. You may return to the comfort of your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Oh, yes. All right. Wow. So, Dr. Shu mentioned we only have 41 responses from this QR code. Are we trying to reach 400 responses perhaps? Will 400 make you happy, Dr. Shu? Okay, all right. This is where I need your help. Sekali lagi, I need your help, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. If you don't mind, for those of you who have not responded to the QR code, Dr. Shu has mentioned early this morning, the questions are very easy, only requires 5 minutes of your time. Please go ahead and enter, or rather, go into the QR code. It will take you to a Google form, and you may enter your inputs right there. Very, very simple questions for you to answer. And another step that I will need your assistance with, if you don't mind either taking a photo of this or sharing the link of this QR code to your industry friends, industry colleagues. We will require a bit more responses. I've done my part to ambil gambar, put it on my Instagram and let my followers do their part. And I hope that you'll be able to perhaps do your part as well. Again, a photo, share it in your groups, your industry colleagues, or if you are a person with a strong social media presence, by all means, please, we need Sabahans to respond to our survey here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we go for lunch, we are going to allow about 45 more minutes here for your input. As I mentioned earlier today, we are here to listen to your ideas, to listen to your thoughts, your concerns, and that lectern right there will be now yours. We're not going to select anyone here. The most important part is that we want you to volunteer to give your sharings. Our repertoires at the back, ready and hungry for your inputs, and you'll never know that your voice today will add more gist and add more spice to what is going to be presented by the Secretariat to our state government. I think there was a fourth person just now, ada orang keempat tadi yang ingin mengajukan soalan. Mungkin orang tersebut, individu tersebut ingin memulakan sesi kita, mungkin ada cadangan yang ingin diberikan, kita persilakan. Individu tersebut, boleh? Silakan. Saya persilakan Tuan untuk berada di sini supaya orang-orang di hadapan ni boleh tengok juga. Oh, malu. Kenapa? Kita pas mikrofon sahaja. Alright. Again, Dr. Shu cakap 41 respons, boleh kita cuba dapatkan maybe 60 sebelum kita break for lunch. Is that a good? Okay, I'll do 20. Alright. Tuan silakan. Mungkin Tuan boleh berdiri supaya kita semua boleh tengok dengan Tuan. Ada mungkin kawan-kawan baru mau kenal dengan Tuan. Kita ada semangat kolaborasi ya pada hari ini. Manalah tahu, insyaAllah. Microphone not working? Do we need more mics?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat tengah hari, selamat sejahtera, selamat Sabah Maju Jaya. Oke, terima kasih. Kalau ada Datuk, tidak ada. Oke, saya Jalan Lempeng bin Kiampau, saya daripada SPA, Sabah Port Authority. Saya ingin berkongsi dan bertanya juga lah. Oke, sebenarnya saya tertarik dengan apa yang diucapkan oleh Datu Rosmadi mengenai Ketua Kelompos. So saya mengambil sedikit mengenai dulu tidak ada regulatory yang spesial untuk ini mengenai pelayaran. So kalau tuan-tuan yang saya mungkin yang 50-an dalam North Borneo Chartered Company NBCC pada tahun 1958 dia menyediakan satu laporan yang lengkap mengenai Sabah. Batunya apa semua ada. Transparan betul-betul. Berapa kapal datang ke Sabah pada tahun 1957? 13.913 kapal-kapal. Daripada New York, Jepun, Belanda, Manila. 13.000. Pada hari ini kapal yang datang ke Sabah berapa? Setengah, 5.000, 8.000 setahun. So, pada tahun 57 itu kita sudah mendapat daripada international punya shipping. Ada sudah datang di sini tanpa perlu pergi mana-mana. Datang Sabah terus, angkat apa yang ada di Sabah? Emas, balak, karang batu. Semua ada. Getah, semua ada. Semua ada. Jadi ini kita minta untuk sebab ini memberikan polisi dan juga perundangan. Kalau kita nak melawan Thailand, nak buka terus macam Swiss, terusan Swiss di tuh, kita boleh like fight. Sebab Sabah ni dekat-dekat sudah pergi Asia Timur, Cina, Jepun, Hong Kong. Tidak payah pergi direct saya pergi Sabah. So di sini baik, saya tertarik kepada kita coba transparan, regulatory itu lepaskan sedikit, bagi ke Sabah. Bagi ke Sabah, tak perlu pikir-pikir nak lawan Thailand. Isi 13.000, sekarang tinggal 8.000. Itu yang kita minta supaya transparan, berkawan. Apa yang disebutkan oleh Blue Ocean ini amat sesuai, amat tepat dengan Sabah. Kita setuju, kita berusaha karena itu. Itu yang pertama, berarti transparan dari segi polisi peringkat kebangsaan. Kita tidak mau perlu pergi Kelang, harus pergi Sabah, cas 2.000 ringgit. Kalau dari 2.000 tidak, 2.000 ringgit tidak. Terus China pergi Sabah, 2.000 tidak perlu. Untuk siapa antar kereta dari Semenanjung pergi Sabah, cas berapa? 1.800 atau 2.500. Tidak perlu itu. Kalau dari China terus ke Sabah, poket pun tidak koyak. Itu transparent and integrity and be friendly untuk orang Sabah. Terima kasih. Mungkin itu belum lagi, ada lagi.
Ada lagi. Silakan.
Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua mengenai kadang-kadang untuk kita beli ocean ini kita terpikir spots kita tidak ada. Ada sand mining, ada itu shipping, ada semua. Tapi spot tidak ada. Spot sukan. Sabah ini di laut. Daripada tahun berapa Olimpik berlaku, sampai sekarang Malaysia belum dapat emas. Sampai sekarang. Kita di laut. Kenapa di pelayaran? Ada orang Sabah yang pertama melintasi Lautan Inggris, orang Sabah. Stino. Orang Sabah. Jadi kenapa tidak buat spot untuk renang itu semua di Sabah. Setelah di sini siap dekat laut. Angin senjata ada. Angin dia itu terbuka. Boleh. Kan? Be friendly and transparent. Oke, kan? Oke, itu yang mengenai untuk yang sports. Mengenai Arab dengan ini macam bila ada STS pastikan bahwa semua mengenai barang-barang mengenai regulatory ini bila Sabah ingat itu blue ekonomi, ingat Sabah, Basmin, kita longgarkan sedikit itu regulatory itu. Kita longgarkan sedikit itu polisi untuk kepentingan orang Sabah. Sabah ini terlampau miskin, tapi negeri dia kaya, emas dia ada, sawit dia nomor 2 di dunia. Jadi apa lagi? Cuma perlu dilonggarkan. Orang-orang berkenaan perlu datang mengharap PMX untuk longgarkan sedikit saja. Untuk kepentingan saudara-saudara kami di Sabah. Oke, itu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Tuan. Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to share? Dr. Rem is right over here. Silakan.
Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi. Saya pergi di depan ni bukan sebab saya gila kuasa, tidak. Tapi saya kurang selesa berada sebab saya agak di depan di sana. Jadi saya tidak selesa kalau saya membelakangkan siapa-siapa. Sebab ini perkongsian umum kan. Saya cuma ada 3 cadangan, barangkali yang boleh dipertimbangkan oleh jawatan kuasa. Yang pertama sekali adalah kita ada yang kita panggil sebagai Coral Triangle Initiative. Tahu kan CTI, CFF tu? Ini adalah inisiatif yang telah diformaliskan. Dia adalah multilateral. Ada 6 negara telah pun menandatangani inisiatif ini. Malaysia, Indonesia, Timur Leste, Solomon Island, Papua New Guinea dan Indonesia. Dia sudah diformalkan. So, Coral Triangle ini adalah tugasnya adalah they are looking at the marine resources dalam Coral Triangle lah yang kalau dalam konteks Malaysia ini dia melibatkan Laut Sulu. So 6 negara ini buat di sini. Dulu dia adalah di bawah Kementerian Mosti. Kalau di peringkat Malaysia lah. Guardian Minister dia adalah Mosti and I'm the one that actually representing Malaysia for that dia punya all the meetings lah. Sekarang ini kalau saya tidak silap sudah dipindahkan kepada Nik Nazmi punya kementerian. Exactly. But the problem is, sekarang ini nampak macam dia tidak digunakan sangat. I don't think that we are really leverage on that. Yang saya dengar, sejak 2 ataupun 3 tahun yang lepas, Malaysia don't even send their representative to that meeting lah yang melibatkan 6 negara itu. Now, kita bercakap tentang kita mau explore kita punya ocean. And actually, that is one of our richest ocean. Kita mungkin naratif kita banyak pergi Laut Cina Selatan lah. Tapi actually Laut Sulu tu pun dia ada keistimewaan dia sendiri. Dia Coral Triangle. Walaupun kawasan dia itu adalah kecil, 75% daripada sumber marine seluruh dunia adalah di sana. That is what we call the Amazon of ocean. Now, kita tidak boleh leverage on that dengan platform yang sudah ada tu kalau kita tidak engage dan kalau kita terus tidak berminat untuk engage. Sebab dalam platform Coral Triangle ini sebenarnya pendanaan daripada antarabangsa datang banyak. Tadi kita bercakap tentang isu finance pendanaan kan. Datang, berduyun-duyun datang ke sana. Philippines, Indonesia, dia guna itu sepenuhnya. Tapi Malaysia biasalah sebab kita rasa kita kaya kan. Dan Kementerian Federal yang jaga itu, kalau dulu saya ada di sana, I really make sure that we have to be there and we are one of the strongest voice there. Masa itulah kan. Tapi tahulah sekarang ini kan sebab mungkin tiada orang Sabah di sana, pedulilah di sana tu sebab ini lebih kepada kepentingan Sabah. But with this blue ocean, I think we need to explore that. Bukan saja kita dapat finance daripada sana seluruh dunia yang melabur di sana, tetapi juga kita boleh tukarkan yang so-called geopolitik tension kepada geo-economy collaboration because that is where the platform is already developed at multilateral level. Kita tidak perlu lagi susah-susah. Dia telah ditandatangani. Now, perkongsian saya yang kedua, kalau saya boleh cadangkan, Blue Ocean, blue economy, blue ocean. Blue economy ini mungkin it is not bukan juga satu sektor ekonomi. Dia lebih kepada satu pendekatan baru untuk consolidate the existing sectors yang memang kita telah pun teroka apa semua supaya kita dapat sinergi dan all the sector are more connected. Jadi kelebihan yang kita dapat adalah satu, more sustainable, kedua, more productive. Sebab itu barangkali saya mencadangkan bila kita mendekati framework ini, saya tidak tahu Dr. Su tadi kalau saya tengok tu macam, mungkin pandangan saya salah sebab permulaan lagi kan. But it seems that the way we approach the framework is more on sektoral punya approach tau. Macam ini sektor-sektor yang kita mau develop priority dan sebagainya. I think if we want to use blue economy as a method and to approach that sectors, it cannot be bisectoral. It has to be regional. Maksudnya di Sabah ini kita identify region-region yang kita mau bangunkan dengan menggunakan pendekatan blue economy. Sebagai contohnya region di hujung sana, Kudat sana, ataupun di kawasan sini. Dan juga POIC yang di pantai timur itu. Yes. So kita tengok di sana, kita kata bahawa ini adalah merupakan domain-domain yang kita mau approach dengan blue economy and how we can connect all the sectors yang existing and also the new one that we want to explore supaya productivity dia lebih tinggi dan juga sustainability alam sekitar akan lebih terjaga because of the connectivity and synergy yang kita jalin di dalam region-region itu. Sebab kalau kita terus pergi kepada sektor-sektor juga, okay, this is the sector yang kita akan bangunkan and dia tidak ada beza lah dengan dasar-dasar pembangunan sedia yang ada yang which is very sectoral kan. So I think that is the only way we can really show that this is the blue economy that we are trying because it is a tools for me for this region kan. So we identify region. Yang terakhir sekali adalah terlampau banyak kan? Stop saya. Okay, last. Okay, now, blue economy ini adalah pendekatan ekonomi untuk negeri Sabah. Dan apa yang memacu blue economy adalah SDG 17 itu, all that 17. The only reason why we have blue economy, ESG, apa semua itu ialah kita mahu ada satu bentuk pembangunan yang menepati aspirasi SDG 17. Tapi dalam SDG 17 tu, sebenarnya kita bukan saja bercakap tentang menjaga alam sekitar, tetapi kita juga menjaga tentang keadilan, equality. Nombor satu adalah poverty. Now, before we start to do the entire framework of blue economy, pertama sekali kita mesti ialah what is the current problem dalam landscape ekonomi negeri Sabah? Itu pertanyaan pertama. Pertanyaan kedua ialah adakah nanti framework yang kita buat ini boleh address masalah itu? Sebab masalah kita paling besar di Sabah adalah satu, poverty, kedua adalah inequality. Sebab Sabah sebenarnya tidaklah miskin sebagai negeri. Datuk Rosmadi, kalau kita tengok dalam data KDNK kita pun, kita selalu nombor 6, nombor 5, nombor 7. Our problem is not the economic growth. It is about the economic distribution. Kek kita agak besar berbanding dengan beberapa negeri lain, tapi we are not efficient in distributing that cakes. Sebab itulah kita ada SDG dan salah satu SDG itu adalah eliminating poverty and also equality. Now, the question that we have to ask and we have to put it top priority before we embark on having this framework ialah adakah blue economy framework yang kita mau buat ini boleh address this two significant problem atau dia akan menjadi satu alat yang akan melebarkan lagi gap itu. So meaning that we really need to focus on grassroots economy dan tidak boleh terlalu fokus kepada ekonomi aras tinggi. Because the only way we can address the gap is by focusing on grassroots economy. So okay, thank you so much.
Dr. Ram, thank you very much. Maybe perhaps someone from anyone from our industry players, pihak swasta mungkin ada sesiapa yang ingin memberi komen-komen ataupun aspirasi. Anyone? Alright, silakan, silakan. Would you like to use the lectern or okay, silakan. Percubaan.
Thank you, Ben. So, nama saya Chester Exton. Saya merupakan komiti dalam Ekonomi Biru di Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Dan saya juga merupakan kiranya graduan baharu yang baru saja bergraduasi daripada university pada bulan 11 tahun lalu. Jadi aspirasi saya untuk ekonomi biru yang sedang diusahakan di Sabah ni adalah seperti yang Prof. Rem katakan tadi, kita berada di dalam coral reef triangle, which I see it is our strength, especially with our brief reading and brief research. We found that the enzyme in coral reefs, kalau kita hasilkan enzim-enzim daripada coral reef ni, kita mampu menghasilkan produk yang berkualiti dan juga mempunyai harga di dalam pasaran. Jadi saya melihat apabila Blue Economy Policy ini sekiranya dapat sekiranya diutilize 100%, saya melihat ianya mampu membantu ekonomi negeri. Dan juga pada masa yang sama, saya melihat pada masa sekarang Malaysia dan juga Sabah kita lebih memfokuskan kepada strategic studies di maritime areas. So aspirasi saya adalah untuk besides of oil and gas, why not we create ataupun we develop one maritime institution ataupun maritime research center di dalam pharmaceutical areas, di mana kita boleh utilize coral reef yang ada di sini dan tidak mensia-siakan apa yang kita ada di negeri dan juga negara ini. The other one will be port and infrastructure. I believe that Sabah has a huge potential in port and infrastructure because of our location. Kalau di Kudat sana, dia ada kasih tahu lagi sejauh mana China, Japan. So saya melihat kedudukan Sabah sebenarnya begitu strategik. Tapi apa yang saya hasratkan, aspirasi saya kepada pakar-pakar, expert-expert, bagaimana kita mampu bersama-sama dalam memacu port dan infrastructure ini supaya dapat menarik lebih banyak kapal-kapal luar untuk berlabuh di negeri kita. Dan akhir sekali adalah inclusivity, di mana marginalized communities, saya percaya sekiranya ekonomi biru ini berjaya, marginalized communities akan mempunyai banyak peluang. Maksud saya coastal communities yang marginalized. Ini adalah peluang-peluang untuk mereka. Dan hasrat saya juga itulah supaya STEM, kerana data daripada KPT dan juga IPT STEM semakin berkurangan. Jadi saya harap kita boleh bersama-sama memacu lagi industri STEM ini dan juga terus memacu apa yang ada di lautan. Itu saja dari saya. Thank you, Ben.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Suara yang mantap sekali daripada orang-orang muda kita sendiri. Alright, anyone else? Anyone else? We have, wow, 1, 2, 3. I will make sure. Mungkin the gentleman at the back. Mungkin kita perlukan participation dari kita punya wanita juga di sini. Ya, we would love to hear your voice as well. But sir, the lectern is now yours.
Thank you very much. I am Saizal Pinjaman from University Malaysia Sabah. And apart from me, we also have Associate Professor Dr. Wong, Dr. Isa, and other colleagues from UMS. So, in terms of my aspiration for this blue economy, aspirasi saya untuk blue economy ini antaranya adalah seperti yang telah pun di-highlightkan oleh Datuk Ramzah tadi, iaitu berkenaan tentang economic equality. This is because we need to understand that the nature of blue economy is the extraction of sea resources or ocean resources, which is quite difficult to access by Sabahan. And they can only be accessed by those who have high capital investment. So it means that when we are highlighting or developing the blue economy, it may only be able to what we call as access by those who have high investment or high capital. So how that can address the issue of income inequality in the state? If you look at the way we do things before this, we are focusing on the green economy, which means that we are focusing on the extraction of land resources, for example, which is also accessible by our people. but yet we still have that same issue, which is income inequality. So how does the blue economy can improve the income inequality if it can only be accessed by those who have high capital investment? So this is among the things that I believe blue economy, the Secretariat, and those who are involved to think carefully on how that can lead or help us to get away from the issue of income inequality. Just like Prof. Datuk Ram mentioned before this, Sabah is not actually that small in terms of economy. We are among the largest in terms of natural resources, oil and gas, so on and so forth. But the problem is that the income distribution, and that thing is what we need to address. So I believe that's all from me. Thank you very much, and I really hope that the Secretariat will take note of this concern. Thank you.
Your inputs are valuable. Thank you very much. There are two individuals just now. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead, and saya akan bersama-sama dengan Tuan sebentar lagi.
Salam sejahtera, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. I'm Elvis, the Secretary of SIBIL, Sabah Young Business and Industrial Leaders Network. So I think keep it short. We do a sharing about what we always encourage to involve the young business or the youth into the policy making, because they will be involved in the law. I mean, they need to be, they see things differently. Okay, the perspective I think is important, and they will be there for the next 30, 40 or 50 years. So one of the things we encourage to involve the young leaders into the policy making, number one. And number two, because we talk about, just now I think a lot of things we cover by the panelists. One thing, because we always look into how to empower the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So because we talk about blue economy, so we also refer to this, the 6 sectors that we always need to, they bring up the entrepreneurs culture, which I think together talking about policy, the blue finance, the markets and human capital already mentioned, and the supports, the NGO, the associations, and the community. And one thing is important for entrepreneurs is, if you talk about, because young people look at idol. If you want to be entrepreneurs, last time they talk about IT, you talk about social media, you talk about Mark Zuckerberg. Now you talk about the richest man, or so any person we can think of, or entrepreneurs we can think of in blue economic. I think not easy to get it in Malaysia, but around the world, maybe some icon from Norway or from any part, we can recognize them. Then people have the idea, okay, if the young people will say, you want to be doctor, at least they can imagine doctors, what kind of salary or what kind of career path they can involve. But what is blue economy for us or for the young people? So at least let them see, okay, this is something in oil and gas, you get good pay. But what is blue economy for us? So I think maybe we can have some example. So I think easy for us to convey the message to the young, okay, so they can take the path before because you're talking about not taking about 6 months, 3 years, or we talk about 10 years, how to get ourselves prepared into this career. I think when they see that needs, okay, then they will involve. I think even though without any education, people can do research online proactively if they are interested. Because just now you mentioned about what the youth want to be in future. I talked to my nephew, I talked to a lot of young people and the students. You know what they say? They want to be YouTuber. Yeah? Now they want to be TikToker. They want to be... Is there something we're ready for them in future? Or how we can link that, what they want or what they need, into the blueprint that we are proposing? I think that is an important part we need to engage. Even I'm 30 plus, but I feel old when I talk to the young people. I mean, the thinking is very different. 15 years old, they already think about their own kind of how they make money in future, and they don't want to be a 9-to-5 jobs. They already think about a lot of ideas which I never thought of, because they get information not only from Sabah, from online, TikTok, and all the social media. So I think the mindset, we need to be a global mindset instead of course, resources that we have in Sabah is the opportunity that for Sabah young people. I think we not only can retain talents here, but we can attract talents back to here, or even talents from non from Malaysia to here. I think that is I think the ultimate goals. Like a lot of successful cities, they not only depends on their own people, but because they have a good ecosystem that can attract talents to them, and then eventually everyone prosper in this ecosystem. I think that's the input from myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elvis. Great pleasure to chat with you last week at the Ssmj 2.0 engagement. All right, I will have the gentleman over here and then I'll go to the both of you. All right. Silakan, Tuan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Terima kasih Tuan Pengasas Majlis, Tuan yang saya hormati, Datuk Rosmadi dan yang lain. Saya datang ke sini ataupun hadirnya saya di hadapan ni bukanlah mewakili sebagai pegawai jabatan kerajaan ataupun sebagai urus setia kepada Ssmj. Tapi saya akan bercakap tentang sebagai seorang orang kampung, ya. Saya ialah penduduk kampung sebagai daerah Lahad Datu. Dan jika kita perhatikan ya, Sabah dengan keluasan dengan panjang pantainya 2,300 km merupakan negeri ataupun wilayah yang terpanjang sekali pantainya di Malaysia. Dan jika kita bercakap tentang Lahad Datu ya, Lahad Datu ini memang sudah terkenal sejak zaman British dahulu dengan gelaran Teluk Double ataupun Double Bay ataupun dalam bahasa idahannya iaitu Luk Seban. Jadi berkemungkinan besar satu penerokaan, kerana saya perhatikan sekarang ini lebih banyak kepada di pantai barat ya. Kemungkinan satu masa nanti kita akan ubah sedikit ataupun tambah sedikit untuk dikecilkan. Contohnya Penerokaan Ekonomi Biru Teluk Double di pantai timur Sabah. Ini lebih komersial jika saya perhatikan, kerana dalam sudah perkataan Teluk Double ataupun Double Bay ataupun Luk Seban ini sudah begitu well known lah, dikenali. Jadi namun apa yang kita perhatikan dalam statistik kedatangan pelancong di Bandar Lahad Datu ini, pantai timur masih kurang kedatangan pelancong, dan ini diparahkan lagi dengan isu tanduo. Sedangkan kalau kita perhatikan, daerah Lahad Datu ini antara daerah yang paling selamat sekarang ni. Kerana daerah Lahad Datu lah kita melihat kereta kebal, dan kita perhatikan kapal-kapal perang, kapal-kapal peronda tu sentiasa melintas ya, lalu meronda di kawasan daerah Lahad Datu. Jadi dan salah satunya ialah apa yang kita sebagai pihak yang berkepentingan ataupun stakeholder ataupun pemegang taruh, maka kita kena melibatkan orang-orang kampung atau etnik. Jadi untuk itu saya mungkin mencadangkan supaya contohnya Persatuan Etnik Idahan Sabah, di mana saya sebagai presidennya, ataupun Persatuan Pelancongan Daerah Lahad Datu, PPLD. Saya percaya wakil daerah Lahad Datu ada sini, di pejabat daerah Lahad Datu. Kita libatkan kerana antara daerah yang paling mempunyai pantai di Sabah ialah daerah Lahad Datu. Jadi kemungkinan kita cuba highlightkan daerah Lahad Datu ini kerana satu potensi pelancongan dan untuk penerokaan untuk Ybhg di masa-masa akan datang. Itu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Suara Pantai Timur didengari pada hari ini. Terima kasih. Ada dua individu. Silakan, Tuan.
Assalamualaikum. Tadi kita dengar suara daripada orang kampung. Sekarang ni dengar daripada Industri Malaysia Terengganu. Okey, yang pertama sekali, saya Ma'ruf Abdul Ghani daripada Industri Malaysia Terengganu. But saya just Saya baru je dengan Industri Malaysia Terengganu. Sebelum ni saya di Industri Kebangsaan Malaysia dalam 20 over years lah. Okay, so terima kasih kepada Tuan Haji Ramli menjemput kami untuk sama-sama mungkin kerjasama dan sebagainya. Okay. So apa yang saya nak bawa kat sini adalah bila kita berbincang tentang the framework of blue economy. So apa yang kita nampak adalah kita tidak melihat kepada the community dan juga the word of sustainable. So bila kita bercakap tentang blue economy, it must become with sustainable. Dan kalau kita melihat dari segi the framework yang kita buat, the blueprint dalam blue economy dan sebagainya, ada banyak inisiatif yang telah dibuat di peringkat Semenanjung, di bawah PwC dan sebagainya. So it's just a matter of the blueprint and then abandon just tentu je. Sebab apa yang berlaku adalah bila kita buat satu framework, kita tidak mengajak the lowest stakeholders. Okay, daripada tadi yang bersuara Tuan Haji tentang orang kampung, the NGOs, persatuan orang kampung. We are not looking for their needs. Dan yang kedua adalah dari segi kepentingan pihak industri. Minta maaf rakan kita daripada IMS. Saya pun academician. But somehow the people from industry, dia tak pandang pun academician. Because pandai cakap je, pandai buat research je. Tapi bila pergi kepada the commercialization dan sebagainya, we are very lacking. So that's the thing yang sebenarnya saya nak bawa kat sini. So apa yang seperti hasrat Datuk Rosmadi dan sebagainya tentang kajian dari segi oceanografi, maritime, fishery dan sebagainya. So we are looking for the industry from Norway, Cyprus dan macam-macam. Tetapi sebenarnya kekuatan itu sebenarnya dah lama pun kita buat di UMT. Okay? Contoh kecil saya nak beritahu yang contoh yang kita ada teknologi untuk tukarkan udang jantan kepada betina. Why? Because udang betina lebih besar dan lebih berat untuk kita jual. That's very simple technology we have. Tapi kita tak boleh bagi pada orang lah. Okay, nanti jantan jadi betina pula nanti. So we have the technology untuk mapping the climate change. Contoh, kita akan AI kan our fishermen di Terengganu sebagai contoh. Okay? Macam mana fishermen boleh mapping di mana ikan di laut. So kita ada kapal RV Discovery di UMT. So kita ada pakar-pakar maritime, kita ada pakar fisheries, kita ada pakar oceanography. We are looking for the data for oceanography. We have. So kami di sini ingin membuka peluang dan juga ingin mengajak kepada Tuan Haji Ramli, Datuk, Rosmadi dan sebagainya. Please come. And then lihat kita punya facilities dan juga research yang kita ada untuk membantu Sabah dalam blue economy. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Kita hargai input daripada rakan-rakan kita dari Semenanjung Malaysia. Silakan Tuan, and perhaps one or two more before we break for lunch. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Nama saya Ahmad Ikram bin Abdullah daripada The Asia Foundation. Pertama sekali bagi pihak The Asia Foundation kami ucap berbanyak terima kasih kerana diberi kesempatan dan dijemput di sini dan juga diberi peluang sebagai rakan kolaborasi kepada pihak Ssmj. Saya cuma ada satu observation dan satu cadangan. Kami bukanlah pakar dalam bidang blue economy. Sebagai observation yang pertama, yakni tentang approach. Saya nak ucapkan tahniah khasnya kepada yang berbagi Datuk Rosmadi. Sebab normally bila kita belajar tentang management, we've always been taught about PDCA, plan, do, check and action. But since Blue Economy ni namanya pun penerokaan, benda yang baru. So there are many ways of skinning a cat. Dan salah satunya ialah you just do it. And buat saja dulu kan. Jadi along the way baru kita improve. So ini satu pendekatan yang luar kelaziman. Dan saya ucap tahniah dan kita teruskanlah. Ya. Tetapi poin yang kedua, ini cadangan. Kalau benda yang baik ini pun kalau dibuat, sayangnya kalau tidak dikomunikasi dengan efektif. Ya. Oleh kerana ini benda yang baik, malah kami melihat Blue Economy ini satu perkara yang bukan sahaja boleh menjadi pencetus ekonomi, new source of growth for the state, tapi juga boleh jadi satu mass movement. Ya. So sebab itu pada kami strategic communication itu cadangannya. Pentingnya kita melihat kepada strategic communication bukan semata-mata untuk inform, tetapi yang lebih pentingnya untuk inspire. Jadi pendekatan komunikasi di sini bukan semata-mata untuk memberitahu, tapi untuk create inspiration. Dengan macam mana? Dengan banyak fakta tadi sebenarnya yang kita boleh highlight. Contohnya, negeri Sabah yang terbaik in something. Yang kedua terbaik di dunia. Success stories kita pun banyak. Low hanging fruits kita pun sudah ada. So, saya nak cadangkan, kami cadangkan supaya kalau boleh, strategic communication ni dijadikan satu perkara yang enabler yang penting, di mana setiap minggu sekali atau 2 minggu sekali ada saja input-input yang disebarluaskan tentang success story. Mungkin boleh kita namakan success story punya plan ni sebagai BEST, B-E-S-T, Blue Economy Success Story. Alright? So dalam katakan, sebab kita semua ada handphone bukan? Boleh letak dalam Instagram, just a one page poster every week contohnya. Best, fakta tentang best ini. Setiap minggu ada. Dan dikeluarkan setiap minggu. Jadi ini cadangan saya, cadangan kami. Jadi satu observation tentang approach, yang keduanya tentang strategic communication. Itu saja. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes. Silakan.
Hello, good morning. Datuk-datuk, hati-hati, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Saya sini satu saja yang saya ingin tekankan, aside from all the points just now. It was a very, very good sharing. One thing I think it's very important is to start from back to basic, which is to instill the love for the sea. Instill the love for the sea from young, from dari budak lagi sampai kita besar lah, supaya kita ada tu perasaan cinta akan laut. Okay, kenapa? Sebab saya, to be honest, I'm afraid of the sea. I'd rather climb the mountain than to dive into the sea. Yes. Jadi that is actually one of my biggest fear. Kalau saya tanya sinilah parents kan, ibu bapa, adakah sesiapa yang berani biarkan anak mereka berenang di laut mungkin dalam 10 kilometer? Ya, betul. Adakah sesiapa parents yang macam bila anak dorang mau pergi sambung belajar kan, pergi di laut lah, apa perasaan? Macam takut kan, macam macam mana ni anak saya nanti di tengah-tengah laut? Kalau saya itulah saya punya perasaan lah. Ya, jadi I think we have to go back to the basic. We have to instill the love to our children, to love the sea, the coastal areas, how to keep them clean. And then from the coastal areas, we dive into the, okay, macam sekarang ni kan trend, kalau budak-budak Gen Z ni, dorang suka surfing. If I realize my friends from Semenanjung, mostly they come here, they will always go to the sea, especially next to Karambunai. Tapi saya selalu wonder macam mana perasaan dia. Saya tidak pernah try sebab saya takut. Jadi mungkin that is one of the activities lah we can look into. Encourage the young generation to explore the sea. Maybe belum lagi dalam, pelan-pelan lah dari coastal area, lepas tu di tengah-tengah tu mungkin lama-lama orang akan berani pergi tengah lagi kan, 50 km lagi jauh. Itulah. Jadi not only surfing, diving. Ya, the diving sector juga penting lah untuk kita look into, sebab kita mau, in order for us to look into the coral, we have to know how to swim, we have to have the license to dive, and that's how we can make it possible lah. So again, in conclusion, I think I agree with Dr. Shu that we have to instill the love for the sea, especially the younger generation, dari kindergarten sampai primary school, sampai high school, sampailah dia bekerja. For me, I started when I was in high school, which is a bit lambat lah. Tapi in high school, I remember I joined a lot of activities by the BKK. I remember that because we are always cleaning the beach, and then we're involved in the mangrove plantings, coral restoration. Tapi sekarang saya tidak berapa pasti, sudahlah. Cuma I hope that all of us here, we have to have the love and the passion for our sea, so that we are even more driven to explore the blue economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your input. I'm also a diver, by the way, and when we talk about diving, we always focus on what's happening in the East Coast. And I think, and I know that Datuk Rosmadi mentioned that tourism is already matured. There's a lot of opportunities to dive here in the West Coast as well. And it's not just looking for the big fish, the big things, but also muck diving, macro photography, the little things in the sand. And there's so much opportunity there. Thank you so much for bringing up diving just now, one of my passions as well. So sorry, we have to close the floor, but don't worry, there will be another opportunity later after lunch during the workshop. And that's where we're going to synergize things. We're going to put our minds like the nantuapan motif that is so popular here in Sabah. Kita mau kasih kumpul kita punya kepala semua, focus at the table and brainstorm, and that way we're able to exchange ideas for the summary presentation later on. But first, before that, kita kena pergi makan, ada yang mau pergi solat, surau terletak di tepi ballroom di tingkat paling bawah. Maybe some of you are asking, where is lunch? We need to go to the Tanjung room, not the restaurant, but the Tanjung room. Turun bawah tangga, di tangga belok sebelah kiri, dan kamu akan nampak satu TV di sana, dan itulah Tanjung room. Alright, lunch is now served. Terima kasih, and we hope to see you back here at 2 o'clock, paling lambat 2.15. Alright, dan kita akan saksikan majlis tanda tangan MOU, dan kemudian kita akan mulangkan bengkel kita. Oleh itu, selamat menjamu selera. Sekali lagi, jam 2 petang, sila kembali ke dalam dewan ini. Terima kasih. Have a great lunch, everyone. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. I just received word that our guest of honor for our upcoming MOU signing ceremony has arrived in the building, and shortly we will anticipate his arrival here in this hall. So kindly please, if you may, your phones, if we are able to turn it off or perhaps put it on vibrate mode, it is much appreciated. Thank you so much. Let's await for the MOU signing ceremony. It's going to be very, very quick. And then we will move on to our workshop. And I'll have much more information about that. Thank you so much. Selamat petang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Pengumuman ini saya tujukan khas kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang berada di luar Dewan. Mohon untuk masuk kerana tetamu terhormat kita telah pun tiba di dalam bangunan dan sebentar lagi akan masuk ke dalam Dewan dan kita akan mulakan majlis menandatangani MOU di antara Sekretariat Ssmj dan juga Pusat Pendidikan Ekonomi Biru dan Keselamatan Maritim Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk meletakkan telefon bimbit pada mod senyap dan kita akan nantikan ketibaan tetamu-tetamu kita. Terima kasih. So, just now Dr. Shu came to me with a beaming face. So earlier we mentioned that there's 41 responses. Well, guess what? We are now at 80 responses. So let's give a warm round of applause to everyone. If any of you who have shared the link or even shared the QR code to your colleagues and those that you know, thank you so much for doing that. If you have fought the rest, if you have not done so, please, we would love more responses from you. Share the link, share the QR code. We need more responses, but great start for today. The first half, already 81. Perhaps we'll like to double it, and maybe we'll have 160 before we go home, and we have at least maybe 3 hours left before our event today. Bolehkah? Boleh? Alright. So mohon tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk share. Kita sudah ada 81 maklum balas daripada QR code di belakang saya sebentar tadi. Dan mohon untuk tuan-tuan dan puan-puan kongsikan link tersebut kepada rakan-rakan industri, rakan-rakan di pejabat. Dan kita ingin dapat lebih banyak maklum balas dan memudahkan pihak MIMA untuk membuat libat urus nanti. Terima kasih atas perhatian dan juga kerjasama tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Baiklah, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, terima kasih atas kesabaran anda. Saya baru menerima isyarat tetamu-tetamu telah beredar dari bilik yang mereka membuat diskusi tadi dan kini akan masuk ke dalam dewan sebentar sahaja lagi. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience, and I just received word that our VIPs are on their way up to our hall here, and we can expect the MOU signing ceremony to begin momentarily. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, sukacita diumumkan ketibaan Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sabah. Kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dipersilakan duduk. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar bin Untung, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sabah. Yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi bin Datuk Sulai, Ketua Pegawai Penyelaras Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Jabatan Ketua Menteri. Yang berbahagia Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Muhammad Mansur, Naib Chancellor Universiti Malaysia Sabah. Yang berusaha Profesor Teknologis Dr. Muhammad Rosni Othman, Ketua Pengarah Institut Maritim Malaysia. Yang berusaha Tuan Ramli Karyah, Ketua Pegawai Operasi Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya. Datuk-datuk, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati. Selamat datang ke sesi menandatangani Memorandum of Understanding antara Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya dan Pusat Penyelidikan Ekonomi Biru dan Keselamatan Maritim Universiti Malaysia Sabah bersempena dengan Libat Urus Penerokaan Ekonomi Biru di Sabah bersama Pemain Industri dan Pihak Berkepentingan. Kita berikan tepukan, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Saya ingin bertanya kabar, sudah makan semua? Jangan mengantuk, banyak kopi di luar nanti. Kita selesaikan dahulu MOU kita pada hari ini. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, MOU kita bertujuan untuk memperkukuhkan kerjasama institusi dalam bidang ekonomi biru dan maritim, meningkatkan usaha penyelidikan dan pembangunan atau R&D, serta memastikan pemindahan ilmu dan teknologi terkini. Ia juga bertujuan menggalakkan penyediaan data berkualiti untuk pembuatan dasar, menyokong agenda pembangunan negeri Sabah serta menarik pelaburan dalam bidang ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, tanpa melengahkan masa, kita teruskan dengan majlis menandatangani. Kita jemput dahulu wakil-wakil dari Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya, Jabatan Ketua Menteri, dipersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji Datuk Rosmadi Datuk Sulai bersama dengan Tuan Ramli Karyah untuk mengambil tempat duduk di meja di atas pentas, dan juga dipersilakan wakil-wakil dari Pusat Penyelidikan Ekonomi Biru dan Keselamatan Maritim UMS, Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur selaku Naib Chancellor dan juga Tuan Luqman Ridha Anwar sebagai pendaftar. Dipersilakan. Dan di setiap majlis MOU perlu ada saksinya, dan kita ingin mempersilakan Profesor Insinyur Dr. Rosalam Haji Sabatli bersama dengan Profesor Dr. Ismail Ali untuk menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar Untung, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri untuk naik ke pentas dan menyaksikan majlis menandatangani MOU. Kita letakkan dahulu dokumen di atas meja dan dipersilakan pihak Universiti Malaysia Sabah dan juga pihak Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya untuk meletakkan tanda tangan. Dipersilakan. Baiklah, kedua-dua pihak telah pun tamat membuat tanda tangan mereka dan oleh itu kita jemput pihak UMS dan juga pihak Sekretariat untuk berkumpul bersama-sama dengan div-div kehormat di tengah pentas dan bersama kita saksikan tontonan perempuan majlis penyerahan dokumen atau pertukaran dokumen di antara pihak UMS dan juga pihak Sekretariat. Dipersilakan. Kita buat pertukaran dokumen. Yang pertama sekali gambar di tangan dan seterusnya gambar pertukaran dokumen. Maka dengan ini terpatrilah sudah perjanjian yang akan menjadi satu sejarah buat semua yang terlibat. Kita berikan tepukan yang gemuruh kepada pihak UMS dan juga pihak Sekretariat. Kita serahkan dokumen kembali kepada ashret-ashret kita dan apa kata kita mengambil gambar secara berkumpulan. Dipersilakan div-div kehormat untuk maju ke hadapan sedikit lagi. Dan sebelum div-div kehormat akan bersurai, pihak UMS, Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur selaku Naib Chancellor ingin menyampaikan cenderahati kepada yang berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai. Dipersilakan. Dan pihak Sekretariat Sabah Maju Jaya juga ingin memberikan sebuah cenderahati. Dipersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai untuk menyampaikan cenderahati kepada Profesor Datuk Dr. Kasim Haji Mansur. Terima kasih. Dan demikian dipersilakan yang berbahagia Datuk Haji, Datuk Rosmadi, Datuk Sulai untuk mengiringi yang berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Haji Safar Untung untuk beredar dari Dewan bersama-sama dengan div-div kehormat. Terima kasih yang berhormat Datuk Seri Panglima Surveyor Safar Untung kerana sudi hadir di majlis yang singkat ini. Kepada para peserta, dipersilakan untuk kekal di dalam Dewan kerana kita akan meneruskan agenda kita pada hari ini.